torch me? Okay. We'll send someone in.
Definitely highest grade hydroponics in the city. Where'd you go to weed college? Damn, nigga. All right, give me a 50 bag of that. Ah, man, we gotta go. Train, go to work. Let's go, man. What are you doing, man?
Hey, hello, welcome back. If you're back, if you were here earlier, welcome back. Hey, Tree Seeker. Hey, Roro. Queen Bella. Willow. What's up? All right, Betty started early. She started a little early. So, let's jump on to it. Let me see. Yeah, he feeds them late. All right, let's see.
I love you.
I love you too. We're going to jump right on in. Hey, Steven. Hey, Avery. Tonight is Betty's night. It's Betty's night. She is ready. I mean, she's got her little cute little purple shirt on that she wore to Leilani's court. Like, she's all prepared and ready to go. Hey, Charlotte. We're not going to pick on Betty. I just want to go over as it's going. I want to go over it. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to enlarge it. I got to take care of myself now. Y'all know that. Okay, so I will pop that up on and off for fair use. All right, let's see.
God bless you. God bless America. And more important.
Oh, geez.
It's nice to see everybody this evening. We have obviously entirely too many people in chat right now for me to go through and say good evening to each of you individually. So
look at her.
Started here shortly.
Hey, Betty, what you doing, girl?
I'm going to be bringing Seth and Tony up here in just a little bit, but I wanted to take a few moments to go through some housekeeping items here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. We have a rule here. One rule of the chat. It's don't be a dick.
She is.
Okay, you can say what you mean. You can mean what you say, but you don't say it mean. If anybody has a problem with that, you guys can, exit stage right. This is how I do
it was exit stage left. I don't know.
For every interview that we do. And if you violate that, you will be banned.
She does. I think she wants.
This is a no tolerance policy when it comes.
I think she wants that dick.
You gonna take that dick? You gonna take that dick, huh? I'm gonna pop off a piece of my dick.
I'm gonna pop off a piece of my dick.
To how we treat our guests. on this show.
I think she wants some
So
of
with that being
Tony.
said, I just want to welcome you all. I worked really, really, really hard for trying to craft some of these questions to keep it Sebastian
Press
oriented.
pass
For
is
those that are just
gone.
coming in and would like to learn a little more about Sebastian, Sebastian is an autistic, a high-functioning autistic boy that disappeared from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. According to his mother, he went to bed around 9 p.m. and when she woke up at 6 a.m. to get him ready for school, he was no longer in the home, and everything's kind of history from
Tell me
there.
she don't.
So I am going to go ahead. If everybody is ready, Seth, if you're ready, I'm going to go ahead and pull you up.
Oops.
And we will wait for Tony to get in. I'm just going to talk to you because this is really my first time that I had an opportunity to say hi to you. I'm Bullhorn Betty. It's nice to meet you. And, you know, just to kind of go over a few things with you before we get started, you know.
Are you talking about my Tony Baloney or this Tony Baloney? She likes Tony Baloney, the phony scammer.
Thank you for being here, obviously.
What is it with her and these dudes that commit fraud? I don't understand. Like, first it was JLR. She has been pissy pants ever since he got with Magnolia. Like, she called Magnolia a home wrecker. But regardless, JLR was into that fraud shit too. Now it's Tony Baloney. Is she wanting a cut? I don't know. It's kind of weird.
So I want to focus this interview on Sebastian, how you're coping with all of this. And just to let you know, I'm going to pry just a little bit. But if for any reason I go
Not
too
yet.
far, just let me know. If you can't answer something, just let me know. Some of my go-tos or, you know, I can't address that. You know, I'm not at liberty to say, you know, something along those lines. I don't want to push too hard, but I do want to find out some much wanted questions from, you know, myself as well as our audience. So thank you, Seth, for being here.
No problem.
I know that this has been a very challenging time for you, and I really honestly can't imagine what you are going
What
through.
kind of hoops we wearing today? Are we wearing hoops or are we wearing dangly? I think I see dangly earrings.
Do you want to talk a little bit about, before we get started, about, you know, just how things have been progressing in the case, you know, just maybe some updates or
I'm
anything
pretty
like
sure
and then-
that, yeah, look at her. The hoe put the hoops down. Now she's got some danglies
we
in.
can just get started.
What updates?
Okay, well, that's it too. Right.
You know?
Gotcha. Well, this is
You
what
dare say you like it. We can like things about Betty. She looks put together right here. Good for her. Good for her.
I'd first like to do. I kind of
This is the moment she's been waiting for.
explore your unique relationship with Sebastian. I heard that when he was born,
She
you
wants
were
that
kind of dad
Tony.
with him. Explain how you guys learned about his disabilities and ailments.
Yes,
Was it
you
right
can.
away? Was it
Read a lot of books before, you know, she was pregnant for 9 months. So
Nuh-uh.
read a lot of books. I've never been a parent before, you know,
Never mind.
apprehensive, wants to devour information and all
I digress.
much to try to, you know, be prepared for what's going to happen. And first thing that I kind of realized is that
Sure
my son
enough.
was, you know, he'd be awake for 16, 18 hours a day as an infant.
Mhm.
And I'm like, well, that's not what the books say. The books say he should be sleeping this long.
so he had sleeping problems as a very
Seth, I'm going to need you to take that camera, webcam, phone, whatever it is, and just clean the lens a little bit.
young baby?
And it's just like he was awake. He was active.
She does.
So trying to
Having a new baby.
Hold on, I just heard a thud. Kaden! Let me mute.
I was getting on my bed. I fell down on my bed.
Bro, we don't even need to talk about that. Okay. Sorry, guys.
Baby and already
So let's hear if there's any new details about Sebastian. Because this interview is supposed to solely be about Sebastian, kind of like when Chris and Katie went on Queens and they just talked about the things Sebastian liked and stuff. That's what this is supposed to be.
being sleep deprived. That had to have been an interesting combination.
Well, I already had my own sleep issues as it is, especially back then. When Sebastian was born, I was working full time, going to school full time, and I was just okay. So I have a child, so I was trying to be a dad full time, and it was a lot.
What kind of challenges, did you guys have learning his disabilities?
Well, we found out about the chromosomal deletion syndrome at a very young age. Took him in to Jacksonville, and they told me and Katie needed parenting classes, and it was like, it's not parenting classes, it's sleep.
Mm-hmm.
There is no downtime. It's like you don't understand. Between work and my son, there's no time to sleep. It's not. I'll take a nap when he goes down, because he doesn't go down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're working 8-10 hours a day. You're taking care of your child that is active, functioning, active, like crawling around. It took him a while to walk, but he was always active.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
What kind of accommodation?
Full time. Absolutely. That's a good comment, because it is. He's always doing full time. So you were a full time father. At the same time, you were a full time employee and a full time student. So Katie was just fucking off the whole time, huh? Is that what, what was she doing?
Did you guys have to make when learning of his disability? Other than the classes and stuff.
Oh,
like
he's
that,
on his way,
Kenny. What did you guys have to do?
More reading. When he was born in 2008, like 8 people had it, 8 known cases. So there was really no information about it. Doctors were like, there's no money in researching this, so people haven't researched it. So it was, every day was a day, as it comes, you figure it out and you do it.
That's right.
How was it like when he was a baby, and how did you guys deal with his sensory issues and other things? Did you just have to try stuff?
It was, well, I like it quiet to begin with, so it's not really much of an issue on that one.
Mm-hmm.
But when he was young, it was
hell.
It was fun. I mean, one of the
Tony has entered the show. Sorry, I gotta pause every now and then for fair use. She's out of the bed. That's good. That's good. I can appreciate that. There's Tony.
I mean, I enjoyed it. I mean, it was new to me, so it's not like I was comparing it to any other child.
Mm-hmm.
To me, this was my first child, so I had nothing but books to compare it to. We all know children are different.
You're good, Willow.
I remember him sitting on the threshold between the living room and the kitchen, and just sitting there, and you buy him all the toys he wanted, but he was going to go for that one. You give him an empty 2-liter, and he would play with that more than all the other toys that you bought him. All right, and it's like, okay, well, whatever makes him happy, And
are they good? Were they just goo-gooing at each other?
At one point in time, it was about 45 minutes that he just sat there and laughed.
Ooh la la!
And Katie was on one side, I was on the other, and we were just making funny faces at him, and he just kept laughing. It was,
Tony, thank you so much. I wanted to welcome you, but so sorry, I started.
She did.
Early. I didn't want Seth sitting back there too long.
It's all right. Don't interrupt the boss.
So yeah, that was. So what is one of your? Tell me a little bit about fondest stories. What did you guys like doing when he was a kid, when he was a baby?
Swimming. Boy, loved to go swimming, and it was great activity. Putting sunscreen on him and then just going. And I've always liked to be a swimmer.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it didn't matter. Like I swim it. When I grew up, swimming was you swam in ponds. You didn't have a pool. You lived in the country, so I swam in rivers, lakes, ponds. If there's something there that'll eat you, you'll find out. Otherwise,
right.
It don't kill you. It makes you stronger.
There you go.
Sebastian, on the other hand, he's swimming in a lot of different pools, saltwater pools, freshwater pools, chlorine pools, but it's always been pools. He never really liked the beach because he didn't like the sensation of the water around his feet.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't like the sand.
He doesn't well, I got it down further.
He didn't like the sand. I know. My nephew cannot stand the way sand feels.
To go through some of the stuff because he doesn't really like dirt and stuff between his toes.
It is very busy, isn't it, Mama Bear?
It didn't really matter but as he got older, I've got pictures. I've got plenty of pictures of him turning. It's like But that was before he started talking and dressing himself, and then it was like he didn't want food. He didn't want himself dirty.
Hey, True
And
Texan.
it's like still got to take a shower, boy.
Gotcha. And it kind of dovetails right into kind of my next line of questioning is I want to kind of discuss his disabilities a little bit and want to explore like his likes and
We've got lines of questioning ahead. Okay.
dislikes. What are like some of the major things that he absolutely loves?
Besides like video games, or because what I've gathered over the last 3 months is that he's different at my house than he is at his mom and stepfather.
No shit.
So, I've heard some of the stories, and it's not one of those pleasant things that I like because it just means I was inadequate.
Grandma said Betty is doing the shoulder forward and dip flirt. Number 147, in case you need it.
In a situation like this, it's always the coulda, woulda, shouldas. You'll have plenty of time to beat yourself up later. We just
doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
It's an everyday process, no? Until I want to. But he loved anime. He loved watching cartoons. Even though he's 15, I mean, one of his favorite
True,
ones,
she's got her boobs covered up. We can appreciate
we have a Japanese
that.
restaurant here in Clarksville.
Which I don't think Betty is much of a flaunter. I just don't think that's her job.
Take him just to eat ramen, but like we'll spend all day watching Naruto. Because when we go to dinner, he's in the. He'll want to go.
If Betty does the bend and snap, I'm done. I'm gonna shut this live down immediately. If she does the bend and snap, we bend and snap.
Have ramen. He likes a lot of anime and cartoons.
Gotcha. What does he absolutely dislike? Like, just without a doubt, like it's a no-go. Like he just absolutely can't.
Willow, that's me. To show my boobs, I just need to untuck my shirt. You'll see a nip hanging out at the bottom.
Boring movies would probably be his go-to. He doesn't like to watch like old, I like Stargate movies, old Star Trek movies. He doesn't even like the old Star Wars movies. If it's not new, he doesn't really like it. If it's not his generational thing. When he was growing up, we made a big deal every Christmas when a new Star Wars movie came out. Me and him, that would be a me and him night. We would go have dinner.
Has she?
Go to the movie
I don't
theaters,
watch her
the first showing
often.
of this new Star Wars movie.
I used to.
And that was just one of the things that we did as a dad and son.
Hey, Truth Seeker.
I think I kind of glossed over some things, but like with Katie, how did that whole situation work out? When he was younger, because I did watch you. I think it was Jennifer Coffindaffer, and you were talking about that you took care of your son. That she ended up after his medical diagnosis went off to the Navy. How was that? What prompted that decision?
Truth Seeker, is it a clip from the live he was just doing? If so, I've already got a video. Well, I'm waiting for it to download on Canva, and it's taking forever. But once it's done, I can upload it.
I really don't want to say anything bad about his mom, but if you're not willing to do something along the lines of taking care of the child, then you have to do something else to help with the family. And I was going to school full time, I was working full time, and I was taking care of the child full time.
It's literally impossible. The fact that he said, I don't want to say nothing bad about his mom, means that he's about to say something bad about Katie. It is literally impossible for you to do full-time school, full-time work, and full-time parenting. It's just impossible. And he's saying basically, since she wasn't helping out with Sebastian or helping out with the household, then the least she could do was join the Navy. Boy, stop.
She sleeps like a rock. She slept like a rock when she was with
Let's not do that.
me. And he'd wake up and scream, and it wouldn't matter if I
She sure
just had,
did. That's exactly
30
why
minutes
she
of
went
sleep
into the Navy.
or 2 hours.
Her going into the Navy got him the health care he needed.
Sleep as soon as he would wake up. It's like, hey, are you going to go take care of him this time? And no answer. I get up and I just go back to doing what needs to be done because it's not his fault he's awake.
Right.
And it got to the point that I had to drop out of school. And it was just like, then I talked to her and I tried to have
Because
one of
she's
those
got her
life
green screen
developing
on.
conversations where, you know, you don't want to be in the career you're in 20 years from now.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen
So
that.
if you do 20 years in something else, then you can retire and have a nice little, then you can go take all that education and learning and go do something else with your life too. You know, and here we are 15 years later.
Like it up,
Where's,
please.
Sebastian at meeting new people?
If
Thank
he
you,
got a bad
Southern
impression
Gal.
about you the first time, he didn't want to talk to you. You know,
How about, sorry, I didn't get, did you want to finish that? Sorry.
if he liked you, then he would not put himself out there, but he would not hide. All right, because you have to.
Oh, thank you, Southern Gal. You did not have to do that, girl. You better stop. Make sure if you got that gifted membership, you thank Southern Gal. And if you catch it in the replay, just comment and thank her. Welcome to the hippie hut, guys.
Pretty much three different things. One, he would hide. Two, he would be shy. Or three, he you know, apprehensive. Like I've watched him, you know, and it's like as he got older, it's like, do you think she was cute or something? You know, yeah. Is that why you went out and shook her head and told her, you know, what your name was? Yeah. Okay. Well, it's fine, son. You know, just keep it like a gentleman. You know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's starting to have crushes. I heard he had a big crush
Hey,
on
Blue
Taylor
Bunker.
Swift.
That's pretty
You're
much. He was
welcome.
Swiftie. He liked her music and he liked to, you know, I guess
Hey,
he liked to watch her
Santa.
videos and stuff.
Mm-hmm. How is Sebastian with changes in, like, say, his schedule? You know, I know he was about to go to your house. I mean, how is all that? What is his behavior like?
At my house, it's routine. I really don't know too much about their house, but he was getting accustomed to it because every other week coming here or during vacation times and stuff. But I didn't have much of a schedule here unless we were doing things. Because if he was going to be here and he didn't have school,
That's
it's
right.
like, you know, hey, you can't be up all night. You know, I have to work.
Hey, so
You
Flo.
definitely need to be going to bed by like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I know you're watching TV and I know you're playing games on your Switch. And like, if I was at work, I'd just call him from work, see what he's doing, you know, check in on him. And he knew that he needed.
He's being a kid, doing what kids do. Probably doing things online he shouldn't have been doing, in my opinion, allegedly.
Make sure his phone stayed charged, and then he needed to answer that phone when it rang because it could either be me or his mom calling him.
How do you like trying new things?
Like food?
Well, I'm going to be asking you about food, but just new things. You know, trying like maybe a new event, a new activity.
Well, I'm a creature of habit, so I don't really understand which food my, you know.
I guess like new, like would he, like if there was a new game, like if there was a new tag game or a new running game, would he be wanting to try it or no?
Not really here. As for playing tag or anything,
I'm not
really
sure.
not a new game. It's just, you know, it's an old game with a new twist.
Gotcha.
KCG,
Now-
hey,
now-
babe.
Going to the park and stuff like that, he always loved to run. I mean, he liked to always play tag.
At night, that's what he was saying. Info. He was saying basically he would call in at night and check on them, but he was expected to get offline or off his games about 1 a.m., 2 a.m. But you're not there. You don't know if he really got off the games or not.
Anything that got his blood pumping and him running around. When we were in California, I was teaching him how to play soccer. I drew the line at football. And I was just like, I can't have him have a head contact injury or something like that. And no. So.
Yeah, and I am going to dive into a little bit of his the stuff, but it's a little later in the show. So now I guess the question is, what about food? You know, trying new food.
Well, how do you know if you don't like it if you don't try it?
Right.
You know, now, if you try it and you like it, that's good. But if you try it and you don't like it, at least you tried it. And that was
Right.
the whole point with him, is getting him to realize that you can't say you don't like something just because somebody else said they don't like it. You got to be your own individual.
So he is willing to try new food.
Yes, that is one of the inconsistencies. Absolutely. He said earlier, he said, oh, Marie, you got me some Reese's. Thank you. He said earlier he's a creature of habit and he likes a schedule, and now he's saying that wasn't the case. Can you take that loud ass bag out of here? These my people with earbuds, it's gonna hurt their ears.
Earbud warning.
Stop.
I had to
You get on my nerves.
got stuff to do.
Go to work.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh. Now this is going to be one. how about changes in the weather? You know, I hear in sensory issues that weather could impact that. Do you?
Again, when he was here, if we had thunderstorms and stuff, like when we had the 2 tornadoes that hit Clarksville, the one on Fort Campbell Boulevard and the one on Tiny Town Road, he was by my side the whole time. Like, I went out front, smoked a cigarette, and I was like, well, that doesn't look good. And I was like, well, I'm going to walk back this way. At least I won't see it when it hits the front of the house. You know, Sebastian had already put on his boots and everything because he was ready. Because I had already told him, listen, we're in a tornado.
I ain't telling him because then he'll come back in here.
Get everything ready. I had the bathroom already prepared, you know, towels and stuff in the bottom of the tub. And so he could go in there and throw the mattress on top of him if necessary. And
I can't say that.
Went to the backyard.
Barometric
Coming
pressure.
down from Tiny Town Road. So it was kind of like, well, they're coming from both sides. I don't know what to do.
Listen, she said the other day on her live that she's been doing a lot of research on autism and how it affects everybody differently. So I'm thinking that that's where these questions are coming from.
And we went back to watching movies. Had the windows, had the door.
But I kind of feel like, and I don't mean this in a bad way, because Seth is his father who had him every other weekend. But I feel like more than anybody, the ones that are going to know about his routine, or the one, because Chris was out of town working all the time, would be Katie. Like, she knows the intimate details of Sebastian. And that's what she was given on Queen's panel.
Doors open so that we had a breeze coming through here. I mean, I grew up.
And he did well, huh?
Well, it's like, I'm not worried, so why would he be worried?
Right. Interesting.
Your children take a lot of their cues from you.
What would cause, you know, because I've been reading a lot of his chromosome deletion as well as autism, and you know, there are things that trigger them that cause, you know, some mood swings or something like that. What would cause a mood swing or trigger an episode in Sebastian?
Sometimes it would be like literally nothing that you would observe because everything's coming from his perspective, but stress is one of them. I mean, I've seen him in hindsight, it's 2020.
Yes, he was the more fun
Stress.
parent. Yes.
Probably feeling like you're not in control of yourself. Like you have no control.
Hey, Buttercup.
What does he have a problem with overstimulation? Like, if he had an overexerting day, have you seen that trigger an episode in him at all?
I have seen him stay up for 2
Hey,
days,
Lisa.
2.5 days straight from overstimulation. Yes.
So it causes them to get in almost a manic type state?
The brain gets like, instead of, it's like the old fashioned tops, you know, give it a couple, 2 or 3, it spends, and then, but when you break
Hey,
gears on
Spitfire.
it doesn't stop. It takes forever for it to stop. I have seen him stay awake for 2 days here. He's gotten overstimulated before on road trips, and he'll stay awake for the whole road trip, coast to coast.
Wow. Well, I could use a driver like that. Just saying. Just saying.
I'm just, you know, I get him. We're not even going to go there. Trying to get him to actually get behind the wheel of the steering wheel for a vehicle for me to even teach him. He's like, no, Dad, I don't want to do that. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm going to drive you around your whole life. He was like, I'm not going anywhere. So why do I need to drive?
Aw.
I'm like, you going somewhere? Here's the keys. Go to work. You know, you're gonna have to do something. You know, you like playing Magic the Gathering. You like buying these cards. You're gonna have some way of supporting your habits.
Yeah, this is going to kind of go to the, you know, events of the day before your son disappeared.
Right, Jenny?
Unfolded the day before. You know, do you believe, based on what you heard, that it was possible that your son was overstimulated?
We had a very, very packed day. There was a lot of goings back and forth to the store, then back to the house, things like that. When he was at my house, he had the option of either staying here or going.
Yeah, tell us how much better you did things. Yeah, let us know that.
Store. And I preferred him to go with me to the store, but there was times he was just like, Dad, I don't want to go. I don't want to leave the house. And it's like, okay, well, understand that if you don't come with me, I'm only picking things up on my list. There'll be no extras, you know, nothing that, you know, normally I would get you or anything like that because you're not going to be there. And he would think about it. And he would be like, okay, and either he would stay or he would go. If he stayed, then it was just literally run to the store and I'm back in like 30 minutes. Mm-hmm. If he went, back in like 45 minutes, and we may end up going out to dinner afterwards. But I like to take him with me because, like, what do you want to have for dinner tonight? You know, and have him help pick out things for dinner. You know, getting him to voice his opinion and have his own ideas.
Mm-hmm. what you brought up something that I didn't even think about on my list. So when you go to the store, what snacks? What kind of snacks did he like? Like, what was his favorite? Like, I don't know. Did
He
eat
may
candy?
have.
What did he like?
Like, we don't know. This could have been a normal, outing for Katie and Sebastian. It seemed like it was a normal type of thing when you hear her tell the stories about the Starbucks and the cake pops and all that. Like, it seems like they were always going out.
No, well, really kind of depended on his mood on that one. Sometimes it was ice cream. A lot of times it would be like Debbie snacks. Like he liked Nutty Bars. He loved zebra cakes and Swiss roll cakes.
I like Nutty Buddy bars.
But it's like I still have a box of his Fiber One granola bars up there in the cabinet. It's not open. He finished off one of his last ones when he was here.
Hey, Aries.
Deep breath, buddy.
I'm so sorry you're going through this.
It's about to stop.
Take your time.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, hello, Mr. Mathis. How are you doing this evening?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I am doing, as good as expected in a situation like this, But
You're not in a situation. What do you mean, Bets? You're not even in a situation. Seth is in a situation. He's heartbroken right here. That breaks my heart for him. You ain't in a situation.
It's great having you. I just want to tell you thank you. Thank you for, speaking to me and, helping me with all of this. I really do appreciate it.
Sure.
I really do appreciate it. While he's taking a little, break, maybe I'll just talk to you about some things. How have things been going with everything?
As far as working with Seth, it's been fantastic. I mean, you're not going to find a better human. I think a lot of the challenge has just been not understanding how people function in a situation like this. And I would think that when somebody's child was missing, that everybody would bond together, and regardless of their feelings about any of the parents involved. I mean, you would think everybody would be kind of like 9/11, right?
She's not, Grandma. She is not in any situation. She's doing an interview. Like, she acts like she's the one missing a child. Girl, you ain't missing a child.
Americans, everybody kind of bonded together, and you'd think when a child was missing, that's what you'd see. But in the words of another creator, it's out there in the streets. That's not the way it works. So, that's been the biggest challenge. But I'm laser focused on taking care of
Kate
Seth.
the Great says she likes Bullhorn Betty's shirt.
And helping him find his son. So as far as that goes, it's been fantastic. I mean, he's got a very small circle, but there's some wonderful people inside of that circle, and I talk to each of them every day, sometimes 3 hours of the morning, and that part's been fantastic. So one thing that a lot of people don't
yeah, she's got that AC cranking.
So we started working together, but we actually grew up 15 minutes apart.
Mm-hmm.
He grew up in a little town called Riverton, Kansas, and I grew up in Joplin, Missouri, and those places are 15 minutes apart. So, we ate at a lot of the same restaurants growing up. So, we have that now to go.
Her and that mouse in her pocket, girl.
A month or so.
Right.
And I did bring my latte this evening.
Oh, did you? I made one right before the show too. I made one before the show. Sorry, I had a slow.
Oh, something they have in common. They got their coffee right before they started.
Chat down just a little bit.
We
again,
see
Seth,
you.
I'm sorry. I know that this is probably.
Don't be. I mean,
I'm sure you feel like you're going through a meat grinder.
It's when I say it's a never-ending nightmare. It is. I just want everything to be the way it was last time he was here. When he comes back.
Betty, these kind of questions are tough on Seth. Yeah. But quite frankly, Seth will be the first one to tell you that this is the type of stuff that he wants people to hear, and this is truly what he wants to talk about.
Yeah.
There's so much stupid fucking drama. Yeah. And it's...
Why is there so much stupid fucking drama? I don't think Seth realized when he started hitting all these panels what it would do. And I can give him that benefit of the doubt. I can give him that grace. But at some point he had to realize this is what it's going to become. Like, if I continue to go on these panels, this is what's going to happen. If I continue to mix my life with YouTubers' lives, this is what's going to happen. And now, not only are you dealing with your son missing, But now you are dealing with the drama that you have piled on to yourself. And I pity him for that.
It's not helping me find my son.
Yeah. And we'll get into that a little bit further down. You know, it just I can't even remotely imagine what you're going through dealing with a missing child, but all the other stuff going on that's just unnecessary. I mean, there's a time, I always talk, there's a time and a place for everything. This isn't the time, this isn't the place. And
it's never the time and never the place for a kid to go missing.
Yeah. But I'm talking about the other nonsense.
She's talking about the drama.
I try my best to ignore most of it.
It's probably the best thing you can do. I mean, like even
he tries this.
Right now, I got my list of questions over the comments and just praying to God that everybody's being good over there. You know,
I'm not even after being on another particular podcast or so. I don't even see your comments.
Good,
I don't even have them up.
Yeah, I'll be doing a Q&A and I'll be kind of vetting the comments before we go over them. And we've got so many questions here, and I've got questions from my mods and a couple of questions that were sent to me for some. And I don't want to keep you all night, you know, but I do want to get through.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure you can try to keep me all night.
Yeah, well, I'm sure even when you do have an opportunity to get sleep, it's your brain probably doesn't shut off. So
it doesn't.
So this is going to be, I don't know, this is going to be a little bit different. You asked for a kind of, I don't know how, I'm just going to be blunt. You asked for basically a proof of life video from law enforcement because you had not spoken to your son since the Thursday before he went missing. So
hey, Huntress.
He was out Saturday with his mom, Sunday, and then Monday he wasn't there. And so law enforcement did bring you, brought you in and talked to you about the Roadhouse video, and you got an opportunity to see your son walk out of the restaurant. Can you tell me what was the first thing that you noticed when you saw that video?
He's alive. It was literally just a proof of life video.
What was his demeanor like?
There wasn't enough for me to tell.
How about the clothes that he was wearing? Were those, I think you've already answered this, but just for my clarification.
Chris answered that question.
Huh?
Chris answered that question.
What did Chris say?
Chris said that they used his clothes from the night before for the sent-off.
Okay, gotcha. Did anything appear odd or out of place when you were looking at that video?
Didn't pay that much attention. I was just happy to see that.
Gotcha.
Do I wish
was
I had,
real quick
do I
with
wish
that
I had
answer,
video so I
wasn't
could
he?
sit there and just look at it? Yeah. But I'm not law enforcement in this case. I'm a suspect.
And you have not been cleared?
No, nobody has.
If you have a list,
I think it's kind of hilarious, but you know.
And actually, let me just, I'm going to kind of go on a little tangent here. But just to clarify, where do you work?
I work for Davidson County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your job or your job title?
Deputy Sheriff, and I work in the Corrections Department.
And where were you the night that Sebastian disappeared?
At work.
And you said you were at a
correction center.
And so you were at a jail.
I was in jail.
so you were in jail. And I'm sure there's probably, with it being a jail, it's a very secured area.
Oh, yes. I am on camera arriving at 6 p.m. into the garage, which is a secure garage. You have to have badge access to get in or out. Mm-hmm. And then I'm leaving at like 7:30 the next morning, exiting out of the garage.
He's a deputy.
If
Works
you had
in
to
the
list Sebastian's
jail.
favorite activities to his least activities, which
He can arrest people in the jail. He can't write tickets and arrest people. Like, he can't pull people over.
would those be?
Favorite activities?
It did get
I think
odd.
I already know the answer to that, but
Well, again, it really kind of depends on his mood, because here I'd say his least favorite activity is going to bed, but his favorite activity is sleeping.
interesting. I was rolling the dice on video games and cleaning his room.
His room is actually when they came in on Monday that he disappeared, they trashed his room. Flipped mattresses over, took sheets and blankets and stuff off of his bed, went through his stuff. And I told them when they
I
came in, I
thought
said,
he
listen,
could
this room is
arrest them
probably a
in
mess.
jail. He can
You know,
restrain inmates. So that would just be restrained then. He can't arrest them because with an arrest comes paperwork. Okay.
With it. When they walked in, they were like, his room is cleaner than my kid's room. Well, needless to say, when they left my son's room, it was like he had been in there a week and never left. And it took me a minute just to go in and clean up his room.
Oh.
Put everything back where he had it. But he doesn't like cleaning his room. Very rarely does it if it's, you just get him to understand
He's heartbroken. He's legit heartbroken.
that if you pick it up and you put it away, when you're done playing with it, you know where it's at when you want to play with it again. And
I love nappy naps.
when he's awake, he loves playing with his Legos. He'd be underneath the bed playing on his little
Same.
Nintendo Switch thing.
What are some of Sebastian's allergies? We hear a lot about he's got some allergies.
He's allergic to grass. That's about it.
Gotcha. Any kind,
That's what Katie said
I
too.
was gonna say because I don't know why I was thinking about like medication in the 50s.
Oh, HIPAA. We're not
I know.
gonna
That's what I was-
See, that's a dig. That's a dig. Here, babe. That's him taking a dig at Chris.
Better be careful. Huh? I'm skating a little too close.
Yeah, just stop.
So I'm skating a little too close.
I mean, hold on, wait a minute. I don't have a PhD and I don't have a doctorate in the medical field, so I can't violate HIPAA.
Wow.
You see what I mean? At some point, Grace is no more because he's willingly like bringing it on himself. People are gonna, this is exactly why I wanted to go over this interview while she was doing it, like just a little behind, so I wasn't exactly stream sniping her. But this is why, because people are gonna take shit like that and they're gonna go after him with it.
When Sebastian's,
I'm allergic to grass myself, and they mowed the yard today.
Don't worry about it. We'll forget.
He's being a smart ass because Chris Proudfoot said he didn't want to answer medical questions because of HIPAA.
Maybe I should mute. Maybe I should just mute you just a little bit. Hold on. There we go. There you go. Are you cleaned out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly. That means a different thing in the medical field. It also means something different in jail.
So when
And he's still talking about it. Like, bro, you are bringing it on yourself.
What does
Stop.
a normal weekend look like for you guys? What do you do for fun?
Well, I pick him up Friday. It's depending on traffic, an 1.5 hour drive to get back up here. Sometimes even longer, depending on what direction we go, depending on how his day went. Sometimes I'll let him pick the route. You know, do you want to take the interstate? Do you want to take the highway? Or do you want to take the back roads? I mean, as after time change, with it not getting dark until after 8 o'clock, time change, we normally would take the back roads. There's been times that we've seen
Absolutely,
a lot of deer,
but he's going to
turkey
be
and stuff as we're
crucified
driving back,
over it.
which I don't understand that anyways, because he would be playing his video games and not paying attention to the road.
He was just being
But,
here, babe.
I mean, come back up here,
I'm good.
get up here with enough time. If I'd already had everything planned,
Hey,
I'd already have stuff in the back of my truck, tackle boxes, chairs, fishing poles. We'd just go straight on through and head over, go fishing at the high school.
See, I don't doubt that at all. I think they did do those things together. I think he was a good dad to Sebastian. I really do. He's just messy as fuck when it comes to YouTube. And whether it's grief, I don't know. I don't know what's making him not realize what's going on. Like, he is in control of this situation on his part. He can stop this. He can stop the attacks and the rumors and the speculation solely enough, because a lot of the rumors and speculation are stemming from things he says.
Or go up to Yellow River, go fishing up there. Always enjoyed that. Pick up some food on the way up, or we.
Hey, now, he may be playing hooky. God.
I'd already have like bread, sliced meat, and cheese. Go ahead and make sandwiches. Pick up,
No, he means my Tony. Southern gal. Because he heard me talking to my Tony, not this Tony on the screen.
There's marshmallows and chocolate. Making s'mores is always fun.
This is probably going to be a little more difficult, but what has been the most difficult part of you dealing with your son's disappearance?
Look at this comment, Jen Lou. Yes, I think there were a lot of hours between searching and Seth was alone and missing his son. Recipe for disaster. Absolutely.
You hear that?
Let's rewind that. I don't.
Difficult, but
It's fun.
this is probably going to be a little more difficult, but What has been the most difficult part of you dealing with your son's disappearance?
You hear that? TV's not on. He's not playing video games. Nobody goes in his room. His light's not on. He's not coming to ask me what I'm doing. He's not asking me to play card games.
Because I can, Joanne. I'm fair using it. I'm allowed to do that. That's what we do. We review other people's channels. Sorry.
Here. He's just not here. I don't know where he's at. I don't know where my son is.
Sonia knows about us. Listen, Sonia, cut it out. I'm not, she's not live where I'm playing the, I'm 100% allowed to play this interview. She can try to strike me. I'll just fight it and I'll win. Period. Because this whole thing has been fair used.
Debbie, I can't even imagine. It's so hard for me to try, and I'm trying to stay away from the drama during the interview, but some days it's just so hard for me to understand how people can be mean to this man. I don't get it. I don't know if I really don't know if I will quite, ever get that. I'm just.
Why we lose our minds once in a while.
Okay.
Yes,
So
I can. Sorry.
My house is not a home. He should be here.
This man.
I don't know where he's at.
Difficult, but what has been the most difficult part of you dealing with your son's disappearance?
You hear that? TV's not on. He's not playing video games. Nobody goes in his room. His light's not on. He's not coming to ask me what I'm doing. He's not asking me to play card games. He's here. He's just not here. I don't know where he's at. I don't know where my son is.
Debbie, I can't even imagine.
That's
so
awful.
hard.
That's so sad. And see, that's what I mean. Like, he's heartbroken. Because she's on an official interview. And she's done actually, listen, I ain't even going to be a hater. She's done pretty good. I ain't no hater like that. She's done all right. Better than I thought she was going to do. I thought she was going to be playing goo-goo eyes with Tony.
For me to try, and I'm trying to stay away from the drama during the interview, but some days it's just so hard for me to understand how people can be mean to this man.
I don't think this is acting. I think he's truly heartbroken.
I don't get it. I don't know if I really don't know if I will
They are.
quite, ever get that.
They are all three heartbroken. Absolutely.
I'm just.
Why we lose our minds once in a while.
I don't know, Emmy.
So this is.
My house is not a home. He should be here. School's already out. He should be here enjoying summer break.
He was going to be moving into your house this time. Like, he was supposed to be coming to you and living with you full time, like right about now.
Several days ago, 2 weeks ago, he'd have been here. He'd been out of that situation.
Me
and he'd never have to
too.
go back.
Now, this is kind of another dovetail. You had received reports. I know you can't discuss the reports.
It's what now? It's just so wild. Hold on. It's just wild. Her kids want to try and call people out when they violate TOS on it. You mean her subs? Yeah. Mods. I know. And me and Sonia, I thought were cool, man. Like, I ain't stealing nothing from Betty. She's got 1,000 people, or she did have 1,000 people in there. I don't think she's live anymore. It doesn't say she's live.
Maybe you can answer this.
The live button's gray.
Were you shocked about what you read in the
It
reports?
is kind of low.
Yeah.
Let me rewind it.
Were you shocked about what you read in the reports? Were you shocked about what you read in the reports? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I was.
Hello, Moto.
Okay.
I was
I know
even
that.
shocked more when my name was not on any of the reports because they didn't bother to call me.
Yeah, and that's been a because you had. I mean, I want the audience to understand.
Hello, Moto.
That sounds like never mind.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, Betty, I think it was just as big of a shock as to the fact that they didn't notify him as to what was inside those reports.
Yeah, I have a problem with that too. I don't know,
And it was supposedly 2 reports. The one he's making it on that interview he did on Pascal, Seth made it seem like there's multiple. There are 2. One of them was the belt situation, and one of them is now him missing. They automatically opened up a case.
a father that has joint custody. I don't understand why he wouldn't be immediately notified unless that information was withheld from.
There, he was saying that they, I guess maybe either Katie and Chris or CPS, I guess, or DHS, whatever it is where they are, didn't call and make him aware that there was anything going on. But I don't know if they have to make him aware, I don't know. I don't know how it works there. Like, would they make the other parent aware, even if that other parent only had custody, every other weekend? He's not the majority custody parent. I don't know.
Family services. Sometimes they don't have those details.
I mean, if he had no custody whatsoever, no custodial rights, is the only way it makes sense to me.
Right. And he had to hire an attorney to go get those records, didn't he?
He did. He did.
I did have to hire an attorney to get those records pushed through to get to me.
Uh-oh. Did y'all see that? Betty and Tony drank at the same time. Look at that. They're already synced up, y'all.
Hire an attorney to go get those records, didn't he?
He did. He did.
I did have to hire an attorney to get those records pushed through to get to me.
Look.
The only thing I can
Look
say
at
to those
that.
records is that there is a statement stating that the only place he felt safe was here.
What? Hold up.
I don't want you getting yourself into a legal.
You better stop. You better stop. CPS called his lawyer to make sure that he was not going to release those papers that night on Pascal. He better stop.
The only thing I can say to those records is that there is a statement stating that the only place he felt safe was here.
Wow. And he's okay. So CPS, ring. They're calling DHS. DHS CPS is calling Seth's lawyer. Ring. Hey, I need you to make sure your client doesn't break the law and give this information out publicly. That put a halt to that Pascal shit that they were going to do. And they were going to read those. Because when they said, no, we're not going into the CPS paperwork, Pascal was shocked. The plan was to do just that. And now he's letting little things like that out.
I don't want you getting yourself into a legal quagmire. So, I'll
See, at least Betts is smart right here. You ain't supposed to be saying nothing. You ain't supposed to be saying nothing. Hey, sir. Shh.
I'll let you speak about what you're comfortable speaking about, but just.
I can't really mention anything about him.
But you just did.
Lord help me if DCS contacts my attorney one more time. I'd already told her what to do if they contact her one more time. I'm not speaking about them. I'm not giving them out to anybody.
Right. Yeah, and
what
not one more time. Lord help me if DCS contacts my attorney one more time.
So they've contacted his attorney more than once. Okay.
I already told her what to do if they contact him one more time. I'm not speaking about them. I'm not giving them out to anybody.
Right.
You just did speak about him though. You just said there was a statement in the CPS paperwork that said Sebastian said he was only comfortable and felt safe at your house. You just said that. That's in those paperwork. That's in that paperwork. That's in those documents, sir.
Yeah, and you're not doing anything to violate the confidentiality. You're happy to have those reports. At the end of the day, you now know what happened or what is alleged to have happened, at least for whatever incidences those cover.
It's more
I need to
insight.
go back. I'm sorry. We'll go back a little more just to be safe.
Inside those reports.
Yeah, I have a problem with
Let's
that.
go
too.
back
I don't-
over the
The
CPS.
reports was
reports. Can you answer that? Discuss the reports. Now, this is kind of another dovetail. You know, you had received reports. You can't. I know you can't discuss the reports. Maybe you can answer this. Were you shocked about what you read in the reports? Can you answer that?
was
Hello, Moto.
Okay.
I
And
was
I know
even
that.
shocked more when my name's not on any of the reports because they didn't bother to call me.
Yeah, and that's been a because you had. I mean, I want the audience to understand.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, Betty, I think it was just as big of a shock as to the fact that they didn't notify him as to what was inside those reports.
Yeah, I have a problem with that too. I don't know, a father that has joint custody, I don't understand why he wouldn't be immediately notified unless that information was withheld from the Department of Justice.
I don't think they have to immediately notify the secondary parent. I don't think they have to.
Sometimes they don't have those details.
I mean, if he had no custody whatsoever, no custodial rights, it's the only way it makes sense to me.
Right. And he had to hire an attorney to go get those records, didn't he?
He did. He did.
I did have to hire an attorney to get those records pushed through to get to me. The only thing I can say to those records is that there is a statement stating that the only place he felt safe was here.
I don't want you getting yourself into a legal quagmire, so
It's a ringtone, a phone ringtone, an old phone ringtone.
I'll let you speak about what you're comfortable speaking about, but just
Thank you,
I
Queen
can't really
Ella.
mention anything about him. It would help me if DCS contacts my attorney one more time. I already told her what to do if they contact her one more
I don't
time.
know.
I'm not speaking about them. I'm not giving them out to anybody.
right. Yeah, and you're not doing anything to violate the confidentiality. You're happy to have those reports. At the end of the day, you now know what happened or what is alleged to have happened, at least for whatever incidences those cover.
It's more insight. It's more insight in figuring out what was going on, because it's obvious that the communication that was given to me wasn't proper communication.
Have you ever been contacted by DCS at all? Ever in the past?
Not here.
Son?
Not here. I'd had it at CPS in California.
And can you share what that was related to, or is that?
My son went to school and told his teacher
Hey, Allie.
that I beat his ass.
Okay, so Sebastian went to school and told his teacher that Seth beat his ass, and this is pretty much the same thing Chris has a CPS open for with Sebastian, right? Am I missing something here? Like,
And when CPS showed up, I was like, I told him to clean his room. I was going to bust his butt. Did you bust his butt? No, he cleaned his room.
Mm-hmm.
There was the threat of a butt whooping.
Right.
And he was like, well, he said that you were going to beat him. And I'm like, wow, okay. So when he came home, I literally turned on Mortal Kombat and I turned the blood action on, and I showed him what a beatdown was.
what?
Video games. I was like,
What? That sounded bizarre.
beat him. And I'm like, wow, okay. So when he came home, I literally turned on Mortal Kombat and I turned the blood action on, and I showed him what a beatdown was.
Mm-hmm.
Through video games. I was like, you see all that blood and everything, son? That's a beatdown. I was going to bust your butt.
It's not my parenting style. So it's just my opinion that that's a little exaggerated. Like, you didn't necessarily have to do that. I felt like you could have just told him. But I don't know. Maybe he felt like Sebastian would understand it more if he showed him what an actual beatdown was on a game. Okay, that could have maybe that did help Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know what to say, honestly.
Come on, really? It was like, I'm sorry, Dad, and I'm like, there's no reason to be sorry. It's educate yourself on the verbiage and the words that you use, because you can blow things out of proportion and not even realize what you're doing. So,
and we don't think that that's what Chris told him. The report was for the same exact thing.
Do you think that that might, because of some of these things in the past where he did blow them out of proportion, do you think that, maybe some of these things were either blown out of proportion, or do you believe that, because that was a long time ago when he was in California? How old was he? Like 7, 8?
most of those were, he wasn't. It was, I want to say 5 or 6.
Gotcha.
You know?
What? I'm sorry, y'all. I have to keep, because I'm listening to it, but I feel like I need to keep hearing it back.
I think that might, because of some of these things in the past where he did blow them out of proportion. Do you think that, maybe some of these things were either blown out of proportion, or do you believe that, because that was a long time ago when he was in California? How old was he? Like 7, 8?
Oh, okay. When he was in California.
So those were, he was.
Oh, so this happened when they were in California.
No, he wasn't. It was, I want to say 5 or 6.
Oh my God. He showed him a Mortal Kombat beatdown at 5 or 6.
Gotcha.
So he was only going to school for a half a day.
Gotcha.
Which was only a couple of hours.
Mm-hmm. I want to ask you about this because I didn't quite hear this, but my audience and my mods had brought it up to me that you had indicated that your son had some type of brain ailment that you guys learned of, either fluid on the brain.
Yeah, when
he had a pocket of fluid on the right bilateral part of his brain. It's been there since he was born.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You have to watch him, make sure.
That's what yeah. And I mean, I think that's Seth's own immaturity. You know what I'm saying? Like that was him not realizing how the proper way to speak to Sebastian to get him to understand the difference in a whooping and a beat down. He obviously couldn't come up with the words to tell him. So his immaturity, I think, is what made him show him, no, this is a beat down on Mortal Kombat at 5. It's weird. It's weird.
It doesn't suffer for any head injuries or anything like that. It was too big for them to put a
stent.
A stent. It was not big enough to put a stent in, but still big enough to actually cause damage if he had. That's why I didn't want him in football.
Right.
I didn't want him putting on a helmet and going, head first into something, because anything that might cause damage to his head.
No. He was showing him a beat down on a video game.
Like, I want my buddy to be safe.
When you heard Katie indicate that there was
a
potential thud.
Yeah, because it's finish him. And you gotta, finish the deed.
Coming from his room with the knowledge of his head injury, how does that make you feel?
If I had heard it at my house, I'd have been in my son's room to find out what was going on. If I hear any kind of strange noise coming out of his room, wherever room he happened to be in, any room, period, I'm going to go find out what that noise is. verify, see what's going on.
Yeah, but what about on the nights you weren't there when you went to work and left him there for 12 hours? What about those nights? You wouldn't have heard anything because you left him alone. Sorry.
The fact that she would say that there was that type of noise and not go check on him, to me, is not proper parenting.
I agree.
Based on your knowledge of your son's behaviors, do you believe he would have left the house in the middle of the night?
Different scenarios go through my head. For him to leave and not have his shoes, coat, take the switch or his phone, stuff that I know that he went with him if he was going to run away. No. But for him to leave without shoes or anything.
Right. But I think that, no, I get it. Like the Mortal Kombat, yeah, that's unaliving him at the end. But I don't think, like, that's not where Seth's mind was. And that's what I mean by, like, as soon as this, like, I knew that as soon as this interview was done, there were going to be things like that people would pick up on and go for. And it is weird, but we have to give a little benefit of the doubt of the fact that we're talking about somebody who's not that intelligent on his own. Like, I don't know. You just got to give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. But it is very strange, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Anything else on there? The situation would have to be
yes,
severe enough.
Seth's friends did tell him that Sebastian was on playing games.
Stuff that,
because if Sebastian was to strike up his PlayStation, Xbox, whatever he's got, Seth's friends could see, oh, Seth's on, but it's really Sebastian because we know Seth is at work.
I know that he went with him if he was going to run away.
No, she's not live anymore, is she? No, it doesn't say she's live anymore.
Leave without shoes or anything else on there. The situation would have to be.
Yeah, I don't want to bash Seth. I just want us to realize, like, we're not dealing with the brightest person, period. Just like I'm not the brightest person. There's times, like, I say things so fucked up because I can't seem to get what's going on in my brain out of my mouth. So I kind of sympathize with the fact that maybe back then, like, he was thinking like this, let me show him so that he can tell the difference in what a beat down and getting a whooping is. I don't know. I'm just saying that's very possible.
Severe enough for him
not to
be able to grab that stuff.
Oh, it doesn't say live. Look.
So based on the information that I know about my son
or anything,
and the story that is being told by his mom, for him to have left.
But there is a chat going, so she is live.
Falling asleep.
Well then.
6 o'clock in the morning. This is straight bullshit.
Okay.
She knows
I wasn't able to concentrate on that because I'm covering my ass. So let's re-listen to that.
So based on the information that I know about my son and the story that is being told by his mom, for him to have left between the times of falling asleep and 6 o'clock in the morning, this is straight bullshit. And she knows that's how I feel about it.
Have you been involved or heard of any other incident where
It's
you
okay.
disappeared or got lost in the past?
No. I'm still fair using it. I'm 30 minutes behind. 25 minutes behind, I think. Hold on. Yeah, I'm 25 minutes behind. I have fair use the hell out of it, so we're good no matter what happens.
Betty,
Is there? Mhm.
I will tell you that I had a private conversation initially with CP and KP, and I asked them very directly, and I know there's been some contradictions, but I asked them if it was normal for him to just walk out of the house regardless of the time of day, and they both in unison said absolutely not.
That's pretty interesting. Is there a special spot that Sebastian loved to go that you're aware of?
Up here?
Anywhere there, near their house, near your house?
Down there, I don't know. Up here, the park that I've done 2 or 3 interviews at, he loves to play there. He likes to go to the pond over by the high school, which is a 45-minute trip in my truck, and Yellow River, which is clear out in Palmyra. So, but would he know how to get out to those areas?
Right.
And I've been out there. I've been out there along the rivers looking.
Bless his heart.
I'm really sorry. I don't.
That's so sad.
Just want to find my son. Just want to bring him home. Just want to bring him home.
Me too, Dad. That's what I'm saying. Like, me too. I thought it was going to be a little more chaotic, and I'm glad to see it's not. He slipped up a few times. He's said some things that people are going to tear apart, but at least on Betty's behalf, like, she hasn't done anything to really fuck the interview up yet.
Sebastian's, many medical issues and disabilities. What did the doctors instruct you guys to do as parents to properly care for your son?
They didn't instruct us to do anything.
So there wasn't like any special classes or anything that you guys had that they recommended or anything like that?
Well, Sebastian went to a lot of classes. We didn't. He had speech therapy. He had speech therapy. He had fine motor control classes. He had gross motor control classes. You name it, whatever it was I could get him into, I got him into. I mean,
so you got him into all of those classes, even though he was in Katie's custody and she's the one that dealt with the schools.
Anything going to California was the worst mistake in the world, because their education system sucks beyond belief. First year that he was there, they literally taught him the letter S.
Why is Tony blinking
like my
so
son knows
much?
the whole alphabet and he can count 1 to 10. Why are you just having him do S?
Right.
Because
Oh
y'all
my
suck.
God. Now I'm not going to be able to stop looking at it. He's blinking a lot.
Yeah, that's California. I didn't know their education was, I don't know why.
Oh my God. Why is he blinking so much? Who said that? Who pointed that out? Generally, Jenny. How dare you? Oh my God. Why did you do that to us?
First year that he was there, they literally taught him the letter S. Like my son knows the whole alphabet and he can count 1 to 10. Why are you just having him do S?
Right.
Because y'all suck.
Wow.
Yeah, that's California. I didn't know their education was, I don't know why I didn't consider their education.
Off topic, No Child Left Behind was handled the wrong fucking way. All right. Instead of just passing kids to get them through class so their numbers look good, they should have hired more teachers.
No shit. I agree with that. No fucking shit. Sorry. I'm trying to watch my F-bombs.
Higher teacher to student ratio. That way the children would learn. Then no child's left behind and everybody gets a decent education.
My God, he's blinking so much.
Sorry.
Y'all don't look at Tony. We cannot watch Tony. We got to watch Seth or Bullhorn now.
Okay, but you had a lot of problems, like even with the type of classes your son needed
Got
in
an idea.
California. I think I heard you say that Georgia was the best, or was it just the opposite? You hated
Oh,
Georgia.
Georgia was extremely horrible.
Yeah,
Okay,
Georgia
gotcha.
is
Georgia's
bad.
where they sat there and told me, "Won't your son just grow the chromosome back like he's a fuck?" Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. I'm one of the lizard people, and don't worry, my eyes blink regular, but he'll grow back his chromosome like a lost fucking limb. I mean,
Oh my goodness.
best place ever was Kansas.
Nice. That's kind of, actually, to be honest with you, Kansas is not really. Wouldn't have thought.
Hey,
of that,
Ellie.
to be honest with you.
They have a facility in the town where he was from.
Oh, I
that
already
is
said
really
hey to
good.
you, didn't I?
Gotcha.
My
In
bad.
Riverton.
I feel so bad for Seth. I'm really sorry. I'm glad you're there. I'm glad you're here, keeping him, at least nothing more. He sees a friendly face when he looks up. It's got to be probably pretty hard on him and terrifying all the same. I mean, I can't imagine.
Well, like I said, this is what he wants to be talking about. It's not easy, but he would much rather be talking about this stuff than some of the other BS.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. So stop creating it. You too, Tony.
Was your son, was he going to be a person that was going to need lifelong assistance?
Good chance and possibility.
Gotcha. And prior to this whole disappearance, what was your relationship like with the Proudfoots, with Katie and Chris?
Good.
I'm not an easy person to get along with, but neither is my ex-wife.
Mm-hmm.
The divorce was kind of horrible. I mean, she accused me of some nasty things, and when the divorce initially happened, I had an attorney, and pretty much he told me that he just wanted.
I don't know if we should go here. Seth, I don't know. I'm not sure about it, buddy.
To play dirty and take everything from her. And I was like, that doesn't help our son. I just want a divorce so I can start again. And that's was before she accused me of some of the things that she did. But when she did that, he was like, you're the one that chose to play it nice. And I looked at him and I was like, I chose to be a human and not accuse her of everything that she's done. Child still deserves a mother.
Oh, God.
Child still deserves to have his father.
Dad, stop flirting with everybody.
It was like, well, this is what you get for playing nice. And I looked at it and I was like, well, I hope you enjoy the rest of that retainer because you're not getting any more from me. I'll represent myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I did. And so much happened. I wish I had more money. I wish I had a different thought process because I just wanted to be in my son's life. And I didn't think that my son deserved not to have his mother in
No, you're
his
not.
life.
You talk about, obviously it was, and of course it's been plastered all over social media. So, even I know about the divorce proceedings and how.
Actually, I'd like to say something about that. It's funny how every one of her declarations that she wrote is out there.
Hey, sir. I think we should stop here. Like maybe right here.
None of my declarations are out there. So everybody's only getting her written side of
No. Yours are out there, love. Yours are out there. Deets went over them.
the divorce. But nobody sees any of mine out there. I really think it's funny that that's out there on Reddit, but my stuff isn't out there on Reddit.
Bro, you don't do social media. Why the fuck are you on Reddit? Why are you on Reddit? You don't do social media. Reddit is not the place for people who don't do social media. Stay off of Reddit. It's toxic. It's bad. Yeah, you can find good info there, but you got to search really hard for it. Don't do that. Like that. How you don't do the internet or social media, but you on Reddit? Reddit's complicated.
The stuff that I submitted.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. It seems like it's a one-sided narrative for sure.
And I'll tell you right now, if people really want to look, they can look at mine because all of my declarations aren't written by me. I refuse to write anything bad about that lady. I refused. what happened behind closed doors, what she put me through, the hell that she put me through.
Oh God, no. Tony, can you like tap your shoulder or something and get him to stop? Like, this ain't good. See, my face is getting hot now. My face is getting hot, guys.
I didn't have a thing.
I
we're
love
talking about- I
Reddit
was-
too, but it's not for unexperienced social media people at all. Yeah, it's very strange. He does always resort back to him and Katie. Tony, wake up. Wake up. Tap your shoulder.
7 years without a girlfriend after the divorce. I didn't even, I wasn't looking for it. No. I mean, it takes time to heal from trauma, from abuse. And I was good living in my sanctuary, my house. The only person that came into my house
Your house that she paid for because
was my son. This is the safest place he knew because he felt safe here. Of course, he's going to feel safe in my sanctuary because he had his own little sanctuary here too. You want to know why he slept all the time when he was here? I didn't give him sleep aids. Literally was asked what I did for him to sleep here at my house. And I told law enforcement, hot shower and some sleepy time tea, which is still up there in the cabinet, bought at Walmart. I do it myself so that I can get to sleep a little bit easier. That's it. I don't believe in this medication and stuff that he was taking. I never did. And one of the reasons she divorced me is because I refused to sign off on any type of pharmaceutical medication for my son because I believed in home remedies. He had
this is getting worse. This is getting worse. I mean, I'm kind of like speechless. I don't. No, I agree, BB. Ooh. Yeah, it's gone left and down. Absolutely, Dad. Like, he's getting too emotional about other things right now. And I get that, talking about Sebastian is going to bring up the emotions of Katie as well. I get that. 100% I get it. But, he's saying that's one of the main reasons Katie divorced him. And
one of the reasons she divorced me is because I refused to sign off on any type of pharmaceutical medication for my son because I believed in home remedies. He had ADHD, then give him this. Got into arguments with psychologists at the school. You want to give him a cup of coffee every 2 hours. Well, you want to give him a pill every.
Wow. Yeah, he got into the arguments with the psychologists at the school, basically the counselors. The school, that was in the divorce paperwork. Like, he has anger issues, period. And just like when he said Sebastian started going to therapy after the SA situation, and he took Sebastian, he's saying he took Sebastian, like he stopped it. But then I'm also wondering, well, if you stopped it, Katie could override that and say, hell no. So I don't know what's the truth.
I'd rather give him a cup of coffee and his kidneys will filter it out and he goes and takes a leak instead of building stuff up in the system and you're giving him Ritalin. You're giving him basically pharmaceutical meth. What are you trying to do to our kids?
Yeah. You wanted good, wholesome remedies to help you. Not
as a child needed to understand that what happens if something happens to me and all of a sudden he doesn't have insurance anymore. And then all of a sudden he has no idea what meds he's supposed to be on or anything else. And he's got to learn how to take care of himself. He's got to learn to function on his own without the use of medication. And until he was 8 years old, he wasn't on any medication. I refused that stuff. Didn't have a single problem. Had a structure and routine
So once they divorced, Katie got him the help he needed.
in the house, and he flourished with that.
Oh, I'm sure
So-
people do. I'm absolutely sure, and it may work for some. It's just like that's not a decision you can make on your own, though. And with his anger issues with the school and on the military base, it just seems like he thought he always knew best. And there was no communication, no what's that called? I can't remember. Like no room for any kind of working on it together and figuring things out together. It was his way or no way.
You kind of hit on something, and I was going to be getting into your relationship.
Yeah,
between-
that's true. He wasn't diagnosed. Well, I think he's talking about with the chromosome deletion thing. Because he wasn't diagnosed with autism until October 2023. So I'm assuming he's talking about the other issue.
a little further down in this, but you said something.
Compromise. There you go. Thank you, Queen Bella.
Was Katie abusive to you?
Betty. Look at the look on her face. She means business now. Here we go.
She had a drinking problem. And when you say abusive,
Oh my God. No.
she was active duty Navy. And their slogan nowadays is I'm a sailor with a drinking problem instead of being a drinker with a sailing problem. You want to know about emotional, physical, all that, you can check all of those.
Oh my God. This has nothing to do with Sebastian. Look at Betty's face. She knows what she's doing right here. Her face is completely contorted into something different. Has it not? Am I wrong? Let me know.
I mean, I dealt with a lot. Being a stay-at-home dad, and I'm not doing a man's job, and getting told this all the time, that she does a man's job. No, you're not doing a man's job, honey. You're literally an electrician. It's a profession. All right? That profession is not limited by your gender. I'm
No, she was saying get off your ass and fucking work.
there's two jobs in the world, maybe three, but a man's job is to protect his family, and a man can impregnate a female. A female is supposed to take care of their children. All right. Very specific gender roles in my life. The way I was raised. Everything else is a profession. All right. I got tired of it. So when she asked for
You
the divorce,
didn't get tired of it. She got tired of you not doing anything.
I was good. I was like, please. I just want to be in my son's life.
May I ask you something? And I just want to ask you this kind of, because this has kind of unfolded itself like over the last 24 hours. Did Katie file for divorce on February 26th?
I have no idea. I'd have to pull out the record.
Betty, this is old news. Come on, girl. You catch up. Catch up. This is old news.
So take a look at when she filed for a divorce.
Now I'm mad at you,
Somebody
Bets. Now I'm angry at you because that last question was uncalled for.
Actually saying that it was February 26, 2019, exactly from the day your son disappeared.
2016.
Or 2016. Sorry, yes.
I wouldn't know. I'd have to go literally through either through the records, the paper records, or I'd have to go through my emails.
If you found out that it was on the date that your son disappeared, what does that mean to you?
Just another day that she fucked my life up.
Betty! I'm stunned. She asked him, if you were to find out that February 26, 2016, which is the day she filed for divorce, was the same as February 26, 2024, when your son went missing, what would that mean to you? Because it is the same date. It is. That's been checked and confirmed.
It's 2019, exactly 8.
No idea. I'd have to pull out the records and take a look at when she filed for a divorce.
Well,
'Cause I wouldn't know.
somebody is actually saying that it was February 26, 2019, exactly 8 years from the day your son disappeared.
2016.
Or 2016. Sorry.
I mean, hell, at least stupid ass Tony Baloney down there got it.
I wouldn't know. I'd have to go literally through either through the records, the paper records, or I'd have to go through my emails.
If you found out that it was on the date that your son disappeared, what does that mean to you?
Yes, we
Just
buried
another
it.
day that she fucked my life up. Another day that what? First one was a divorce. Way to destroy the nuclear.
Hold up. He just said 2 minutes ago that when she decided to divorce him, he was totally fine with it because he was tired of dealing with the abuse. He just said that. Now he's saying that's one of the first, worst days of his life.
Family. Another one to take the last bit of my family away from me.
Looks like it, Ellie.
She's good at that. Something I always told my son. There's two things in this world that you can do with these. You can either build or you destroy. Be a builder. Don't be a destroyer. That's not gender specific either. That's with everybody. He was going to be a builder.
Oh, she's still live? The chat's still
At some
going.
point after the divorce, the animosity had to have calmed down. It sounded like you guys kind of got into a rhythm, a system, if you will. You know, Sebastian was, going to your house. On the other, the weekends, it seemed like you guys weren't having custody disputes.
Yeah, he needs to go see a therapist. And I don't mean that in a rude way. He wouldn't feel the need to purge all of these details on public platforms in front of thousands of people if he would have sought help and purged there. You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't feel the need so much.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I know this is difficult. I hate this. It really sucks.
Will you just ask those questions? You just did that, Bets.
But what I was asking is, after the divorce, obviously it was pretty contentious, and you tried to keep the higher ground.
I didn't try. I did.
Yeah. You guys were clearly at some point started working together, started, making sure that your son, went back between the houses, that it was calm. It seems like you guys were becoming a well-oiled machine, if you will. Is that an accurate assessment?
Looking at these DCS records?
No, take those out. Just your knowledge of the situation, just the way
my knowledge of the situation.
Yeah, just at the time, before your son disappeared, you guys appeared to have the animosity worked out. Where you guys would that be an accurate statement?
Animosity was probably still there. It would raise its ugly head every once in a while.
Gotcha.
Me, I just tried my best to ignore it.
Yeah, and then
simple
it
things
comes
like,
out on all
why don't
these interviews. That's
you enforce the same rules that at my house, so on and so forth. And it's like, you got in trouble at your house. You got in trouble in your watch. You tell me why he's in trouble, and I will determine if it's severe enough that he will be punished here. But if it's not, I'm not going to continue the punishment. This is a different household.
so that baby was literally living two different lives between the two homes. Every other weekend, like even if he was on punishment, like he would determine if okay.
He didn't do his homework. Well, he's going to suffer on that end, but he's going to suffer at your house. He's not going to suffer at mine. Because when he was here doing homework during COVID, he did his homework. I didn't have to worry about it. I just don't see the point of him getting to come stay at my house and be in trouble for something he did at your house and being punished at mine.
Right. You wanted to visit with him. You didn't want to punish him.
I get that.
I got 2 days with him.
Right.
And literally, I go pick him up on Friday when he gets out of school at 3:00. I literally get Saturday all day with him and then have to take him back on Sunday. So I'm really getting only one solid day with him. You think I'm going to punish my son?
Right.
You're out your fucking mind. Mr. Chris, I don't like the fact that he's, you got him wearing underwear at your house. Well, we don't have the accidents at my house that he seems to be having at your house. So why, again, am I going to have my son wearing a fucking diaper at my house when he can get up and go use the bathroom and not have an accident?
Do you think Katie and Chris stressed him out? Do you think that's why he was having accidents?
They stress me out. And I'm not a 15-year-old kid. I'm in law enforcement, and I'm literally at DDC with 65 inmates that are either murderers or in there for a long period of time about to go to prison. And those two stress me the fuck out and work them.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry. This is just one of those. Take a deep breath, relax.
Well, you probably okay. I get that. I get you feel like they stressed you out, but you probably stressed them out too. Hell, Katie probably felt like she was raising two kids, like the same way you want pity, you got to be willing to give it a little bit.
And this is probably going to, my next questions are going to kind of be geared toward Chris. So, according to Chris, both of you guys spoke, what he's told the world is basically you guys speak regularly. Is that true, and how often?
About Sebastian? Yes.
Yeah.
But obviously, he's feeding me a line of bullshit every time I fucking spoke to him. And my phone number is still the same. And I know he's probably watching. He's probably in chat. Hi, Chris. Fuck off. You can call me.
Chris has said several times that he's contacted Seth and Seth doesn't answer and doesn't return his phone calls.
A line of bullshit every time I fucking spoke to him. And my phone number is still the same. And I know he's probably watching. He's probably in chat. Hi, Chris. Fuck off. You can call me.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
And
that's like
Tony, tap your shoulder, bro. Tap your shoulder. What are you doing? We are off the rails here. Like, it's still calm, but it's so kind of it's sad. It's so sad. Tony, tap your shoulder.
That's been my key phrase, I guess.
Right.
But that's been my key phrase for a long time, way before my son went off to, play Houdini out of their house.
TikTok, Tony.
Beat me up, Scotty. It's only
yeah,
a Chevy.
he thought that was funny.
But I'm just tired of the bullshit. No parent should be going through this.
Scissor, sipping on some scissor, sipping on some scissor.
Whoever has my son, just drop him off at a gas station, man. Show a little fucking humanity. My heart is missing. Just drop him off. Tell him to go call 911. I need my son I want my stuff back. Life ain't fair, but this is bullshit.
Give him just a second, Betty.
Yeah. And you know, I know you're a smoker. If you need to light one up, go ahead. It doesn't bother me one bit. You know, I know.
I know, right, Blue?
Awful. While
It's
he's
not
taking a break, I just
Blueberry.
want to do a check in chat to make sure everybody is.
Listen, this started out good. Like, really, up until like 10, 15 minutes ago, we were like, you know, Betty's doing a good job with this interview. Like, we got to give credit where it's due. And now it's just completely went, like Dad said, left and down.
Is doing well in chat, and everybody's, you know, being good as good as is expected with 2,800 people.
Me too. They need to.
So
they need to. Absolutely. They 100%. Chris and Katie need to. And Seth needs to for them, which they don't really come out talking about Seth. So it's it's a different atmosphere. Like Seth is constantly bringing up Chris and Katie. Katie and them are not constantly bringing up Seth. And when they do bring up Seth, they're usually trying to defend them and protect them. So this is just really weird.
I do appreciate everybody being here. If you guys are getting something out of this, please consider hitting that like button.
Well,
and again, Tony,
we're getting something out of it because we get to conversate as we watch your interview. So that's helpful. Thank you.
You know, all this. I know this has got to be crap.
Speaking of,
we appreciate you. We appreciate the format. We appreciate you keeping this predominantly about Sebastian. I mean, like I said, these,
has she?
Questions.
Well, I guess she has, other than those last 2 or 3 questions.
Aren't easy for a grieving father, but this is really what he wants the world to focus on is Sebastian, and he says that 20 times a day. And I think
you've already said it 10 times today.
He clearly means that.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, you know, it's been hard. I mean, I'm thankful for these glasses, and one of the reasons why I'm not taking them off, because you'll see my eyes are like they're tearing up. You know, I'm having.
Oh, thank you, Dad. Make sure if you get gifted by Papa Jones, you tell him thank you. Welcome to the Hippie Hut. Thanks, Dad.
I'm having it's hard for me, you know, to hear this because it's just a bad situation. You know, nobody wants to be here, and we are. So what can we do to help? You know, at this point, I don't know.
Bandy, I love your comments.
I really don't know, except keeping his name out there and letting people know who Sebastian is.
Well, I mean, you said it 100 times on your show. What we would ask of everybody that has a heart that doesn't want to go through this, that has some compassion, is that we focus on the child. We focus on Sebastian, and either do your part and pray, do your part and keep the word out there, or just move on to another missing child that needs a platform.
And there's always
ditto.
You know, you can always go and just, if you want to do something, go post a flyer on your pole right outside your home. That's probably the quickest.
Yeah, or share it on your personal Facebook. You'd be surprised how many people in your own local area has no idea about Sebastian. No idea about Summer Wells. Never heard of them.
This way you can help.
You know, I just got back from.
Thank you, Emmy. I appreciate you. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Make sure you thank Emmy.
Welcome to the revolution. We will not comply with the institutions.
Glad to have ya.
From North Dakota, like 15 minutes before we got on.
How cold was it there? I hear it's cold all year round.
No, it's like 70 degrees. It wasn't bad.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But you know, I had the magnet on my truck, and every gas station I stopped at, from Oklahoma to North Dakota, at every gas station in North Dakota, I went in and put flyers on the windows. Mm-hmm. And I think one of the messages we want to get out there is we don't know where this child is at. Mm-hmm. And you know, it might sound silly to be in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and be putting flyers out 40 minutes from the Canadian border, but you know,
we never know.
No, put them everywhere.
We've heard theories about him, you know, being across the border. I mean, you know, it's just, we just don't know. And, you know, people that truly want to help, that have compassion, that are part of, as I always say, part of the solution, not the problem. Mm-hmm. You know, anybody can print a flyer off. I mean, it doesn't have to be on 50 cent a sheet paper. I mean, they could be black and white flyers. It's still getting his image out there.
Yeah.
You know, you have to ask yourself when you're involved in cases like this, you know, are you an asset or a liability?
Well, you, sir, in my opinion, have been kind of a liability. Not only are you yourself a liability, but you have been trying to bring in criminals and crooks and con women and men to, you know, drain, not even monetarily, but even emotionally drain these parents. Seth thinks that you're helping, but you're not. In my opinion, allegedly.
And there's really no in between.
Right. Right. There's not really a middle of the road. It's all in or all out.
Right. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Hey,
I've got a few questions, you know, for you, but I'm kind of waiting to the end because it kind of all dovetails into
the drama
closing. So you know, the only real thing I can really ask you is how has, you know, and it's going to be kind of talking about behind Seth's back, but how has Seth been to you, you know, behind the scenes?
We talk multiple times a day. I mean, I have a routine. I usually check on him in the morning. I check on Randy Harris in the morning. You know, Randy and I talk about work.
Randy is Caleb Harris's father. Caleb Harris is he's a college student that's basically vanished.
Things, and Caleb and Seth and I talk about whatever it is he wants to talk about. You know?
Yeah. Actually, I was just going to say, actually, in the next break, I would like to get an update on Caleb, but now that Seth is back, I would like to. Hey.
Well, I heard him talking behind my back, so I wanted to come see what he had to really say.
Yeah, I'm trying. You know me, I'm trying over here.
Buddy, I'll tell you what, you're going to be putting time out after this show. I can promise you.
Yeah.
Oh. Did he say Betty's going to be putting time out? Hold up. Skirt. Hold up.
Oh.
Hey.
Well, I heard him talking behind my back, so I wanted to come see what he had to really say.
Yeah, I'm trying. You know me, I'm trying over here.
Buddy, I'll tell you what, you're going to be putting time out after this show.
He either said Betty or Buddy. I don't know. He could be talking to either one of them. But TikTok Tony's putting somebody in timeout after this show, guys.
I promise you.
Yeah. Well, you know, this is just an unfortunate thing, but it's kind of hard because I'm trying to find a perspective, and you know, the way I'm seeing this kind of unfolding is it seems like Chris is like the domineering one. And how often did you speak with Katie before all of this? Was your primary contact Chris, or did you ever speak to Katie?
Probably.
I spoke to Katie, but see, the animosity that's there between me and Katie wasn't really there when it was me and Chris.
Mm-hmm. So you just find it easier to work with Chris than you do to work with Katie?
Yeah.
Prior to this, right? Gotcha.
Correct.
So it was him that would rather deal with Chris? What?
How did Chris approach when he asked you? How did he approach you when he asked you to take Sebastian full time? What was that conversation like?
Many discussions have been had before it was approached, but both Chris and Katie and everybody was like, he is a different child when he comes back from living with you. And because he's a different child, it's like I kept trying to tell him if they're having a problem with him, let me talk to him. Let me know what you'd like me to address so that I can speak to him. Me and Sebastian could, from an early age, me and Sebastian communicated. Like, before he could even speak.
I wonder if that's because, hold on. When are the News Nation interviews? Yeah. Oh my God, Snow Bunny, was that you? Oh, it was totally a doppelganger. No, I think she's it looks like she's biting down, like gritting her teeth, maybe.
He would do grunts and sounds and stuff like that. And I know exactly what woman. And it upset some people in life, but it's like, it's not my fault. I know what my son needs. You know, our wavelengths were more in tune. I connected to my son. I mean, you kind of do that.
But I feel like he may have connected to his son more so. Like I said, I think Seth was probably a great father, but I think he probably connected more so to his son because he is also immature. You know, it's kind of like a friend. And he didn't, I mean, yeah, he needs friends, but he needs parents as well.
When you're, you know, deadbeat, tired to the world.
Pookie
And
Spitfire.
you're sitting there feeding them a bottle, going, "I'm still awake. I'm still awake. There's still milk in the bottle." You know, trying. I've got pictures of where, you know, he literally crawling everywhere, and then he would just hit his limit, and he'd be out on the floor. And it's like, do I pick him up, wake him up, or do I just slide a pillow up underneath him and then put a blanket on him, and, you know, try to get 20 or 30 minutes worth of sleep while he's passed out? And it's just one of those things. It's like,
I mean, I
believe children are.
I feel like he's reliving memories as well. And that's, you know, that's making them emotional too.
Supposed to have a solid foundation to lean on as they grow up. And I believe I was that solid foundation with the structure that I had in the house, everything routine. You know, the court system literally at one point in time during the divorce told me that I was borderline abusive because I had, you know, shower time at 7 and bedtime at 8.
So he's saying the court systems have told him he is borderline abusive because he had Sebastian on a schedule. I doubt that's how that happened. I'm sorry. No, a schedule's great. All kids need schedules. Schedules make kids' worlds go round. So I don't know. MK.
It's like, how is that borderline abusive? It's routine. You know, it's school. You need to lay down. You need to have your hot shower, be clean, lay down clean in your bed. And whether you're asleep or not, but you need to be laying there so that you will go to sleep.
I don't know.
I don't know any court system that would tell him that's borderline abusive, because that's absolutely everything a child needs. So something ain't right with that.
Wow, that's what I did with my grandchildren. I put them down at 8 o'clock because then they can rest their bodies, and they're usually off by 9:30 after horse playing
Hey,
for
bow
an
girl.
hour or so. And you know,
But I was told that I was borderline abusive by a judge in California for having a set routine for my son.
What y'all think about that? I mean, I don't doubt for a second that this man is devastated by his son being missing, but he is so self-centered that he changes everything to focus on him. That's what I was about to say a minute ago. Like, I understand he was talking about Sebastian, but it's kind of like what he was talking about was really Sebastian kind of in the background and more focused on Seth.
He was in school.
And that's what they tell you to do, is have a very...
Me too, Stacy.
Throughout this whole process that has been instilled in me from all the parents is that a strict schedule is the best way for autistic children to survive, you know, and to thrive.
You know, and they didn't even have him diagnosed as autistic.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if that is what it was, if it was the way he enforced the routine. Yeah, schedules are the main, like, that's what makes their world go round. That's what I don't.
But with the chromosomal deletion, it was simple to understand.
No, from me, dog.
It's not even for autistic children. It should be all children. All children need to have a routine, and it's a foundation. Because then
I agree. He did say, it's my show. I'm running this. Absolutely, he did.
Stability. They already know what's going to happen as the night progresses. No surprises. You know, you got to go, you got to take a shower, you got to get to bed, you know, so that you can get plenty of sleep, so you can wake up in the morning, eat breakfast, get ready for school. You need the sleep for your mind to recover and your body to recover so that you can absorb the information that's being taught to you at school.
Oh my gosh, yes. Schedules, they do so much for a child. Really, they truly do. Caden's been on a schedule. The only time he's off a schedule is during the summer. And then we spend a week getting back on schedule the week before school. So it's just, I don't know. That just doesn't make sense. I think that's how he takes it. And I think that that is what Seth believes. I really do. I think Seth believes that it was the schedule, not necessarily the way he was trying to enforce that schedule. That's just my opinion. That's my speculation. But again, lower IQ, I could understand why he sees things that way.
How was your relationship with Katie when you two met?
Why do we keep going back to Katie?
What do you mean?
Betty, why do we keep going back to Katie? It's a sensitive topic. Like every time, oh, man.
When we met.
Were you aware of her abuse as a child?
I was aware of that.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Babe, bring me the tray. He gets on my nerves. Oh, no, Betty. Can we tap out? Oh, hey, Dutchie. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope everything's okay. Thank you, baby. Hey, I need to leave this door open for a minute. Yeah, so don't be yelling profanities in there. This ain't good. Let me rewind. All right.
How was your relationship with Katie when you two met?
I shouldn't eat that.
We'll put that with the other.
What do you mean when we met?
Were you aware of her abuse as a child?
I was aware of that.
How did that affect you?
It looked like Tony was about to say something, but he stopped. See, watch him.
What do you mean when we met?
Were you aware of her abuse as a child?
I was aware of that.
And then he stopped.
How did
See?
that
What, babe? Okay.
affect your marriage?
Seth, stop for a second.
I
Oh,
prefer not to speak.
there he goes. Thank you, TikTok Tony. Jeez, Louise. Ooh, Betty, you're going to be in trouble. TikTok Tony. Phony baloney Tony's going, ooh, he's going to get that ass. Ooh. Jeez, thank God. Never thought I'd be grateful for this con man.
Speak about her personal stuff.
Okay.
I still
There you
consider
go.
myself a gentleman, whether other people do or don't.
No, you're not.
That is
but
her
okay.
personal life.
The only reason he's not speaking on it anymore is because Tony just stopped him. That's it. That's literally the only reason he didn't keep going.
That is something that, for me to say anything of it would be disrespectful for anybody to speak on how somebody else has been as a.
Gotcha. Well, then let me ask you this. Do you, and this is going to be a pointed question, and you may want to answer it, you may not want to. Do you believe Katie would abuse your son?
About talking about SA, my son.
No, abuse your son. Just abuse him.
Mental abuse.
Physical, mental, verbal.
I mean, for my son to sit there and have told me while we were living in California that why does mama hate you so much? I wouldn't know, son. She's never said that to me. Oh, she said that on the phone to you. Well, no, she didn't. She had already hung up before she said that. Things like that are mental abuse to a child that was called my Vinny. And whether she realizes it or not, every time she said something that was negative about me, I'm pretty sure my son took it to heart because he's my son.
Well, I have to.
Well,
how
I
you
would have to
continue to talk
agree
about
that you shouldn't say things like that about the other parent. I'm not saying she did. I'm saying going by what he is saying she did. And if that's the case, it would be wrong for either one of them. But that's not answering the question. First off, that question shouldn't have been asked anyways. But let's see.
your son. And this is one thing that's really kind of rubbed me a little bit of raw. You know, she talks about some, in my viewpoints, the way she talks is disparaging. Are you getting that same?
The way she talks is disparaging. And I've heard her on Queens. I've heard her on all her interviews. And I've not heard one disparaging thing from Katie. So what is Bullhorn Betty hearing that we're not hearing? That I'm not hearing? Okay, babe. Thank you. You're welcome.
Talking about her interviews and stuff since this has gone on.
Yes.
I can't sit through any of her interviews. I can't. I cannot listen to her. She won't even say my son's name.
No, she won't.
Yes,
There's
she
a reason
does.
why I say my son. Because my son has a name. His name is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
And
He's
she
my
says
son. I'm
it.
looking for him.
And she
I'm
says
asking
it.
everybody to help find my son.
Don't take that away from that woman. She does say his name. Stop it.
I don't hear her doing that. I don't see it. I don't hear her saying his name. I don't see her saying his name. I don't see that. Nothing would have been better for me.
That's just this shit.
Then
It
being able
started
to
out
put-
good. It really did. The interview started out good. And it's about halfway through. It went to shit.
Our differences aside, we work together to find our son.
It sure will, Jenny.
But
And
I'm not-
that's why I wanted to go live and discuss it as it's going. Because it's the first impression. It's the first thoughts. It's not bashing either one, either set of parents, whether it's Seth or Chris and Katie, because there are things on Chris and Katie's side that are weird. But it's just like this whole interview has been pushed and pushed and pushed that it was going to be solely about Sebastian. And so far, I would say it's 50-50. It's half about Katie, half about Sebastian.
I'm not going to let some dirtbag run the show when it comes to finding my son.
I know, Grandma.
The only person that has an input on it would be his mom and me. We run the show to find our son. I don't care if you're married to her now or not. A united front is not me and the stepfather working to find my son. It's me, the mother, and her husband working.
Yes, I agree. I agree with that. It's the united front is all three of you, not just you and Chris, but the internet has focused on just you and Chris when it comes to working together
to find our son. But he needs to learn how to support his wife in a supportive role while she looks for her son. But I don't.
What? I feel like Chris has done everything right for Katie. I feel like he's been protecting her. I feel like he's done everything right in terms, maybe not in terms of as a whole, but as for this situation and protecting Katie and supporting Katie and being what she needs right now, he's doing that. And it's not fair for this man, the ex, to say, oh, well, he needs to do better. You don't know what he needs to do because you don't know what he's doing. You act like you know. You want to control everything. Sorry.
See that. And it's not my job to support her. It stopped being my job to support her when she filed for a divorce. You know, the only support I have are some of my close friends.
Not true. Not true. It don't stop. That support of his mother does not stop just because y'all get a divorce. Because if something was to happen right now to me, my daddy would be right there with my mama holding her, being what she needed him to be in that moment. If it was calling him at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, just dying and writhing in pain and heartache, he would be there. That support don't fucking stop just because you get a divorce. That is an immature way to think.
I have close family, but they're in other states. You know, the support that I get from them is a phone call.
You should support her, and she should support you as well. And I think that if you would have stayed on track the way you all three were at the beginning of Sebastian going missing, you would have more support from them. Hell, they're still fucking protecting you. They're still taking up for you when you're brought up on other panels.
You know, see how I'm doing? Got friends in other states. They call me, see how I'm doing. But
there was a vigil you had, and there was photos of Chris kind of being in your personal space, in my opinion. There were rumors at that time that he was screaming at you or raising his voice, or something about the whole GoFundMe situation. Do you have any comment on that?
you're speaking about I think that would have been
Listen, TikTok Tony, my husband has that same cup.
It was right before they were seen at a motorcycle shop.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, he didn't raise his voice at me. He was asking to work together. This was before I spoke to Tony.
So this was when everybody was like, look at Chris and his face. When Seth was at the vigil, Seth came out and did this whole spiel about, fuck you if you don't like it, we're going to work together. And the intranets went crazy. Y'all remember? That's what she's referring to. And he still is saying that, no, it wasn't like a confrontational thing. It was just Chris saying, hey, let's work together. Let's do what we need to do.
And before I spoke to a dog person who has completely ghosted me, by the way. I don't care what her opinion is. She can't be looking for my son if she doesn't have his shoes and his clothes. They're at my house.
Oh, shit. Julia. Where you at, Julia? He's saying you supposed to be getting that stuff and you ain't got it yet. It's been 2 weeks since you said you was going to pick that stuff up, girl. Julia. Where you at, girl?
Chris has already said that he's not giving her anything of Sebastian's. So I'd like to know how she's got a scent to find my son. And you know my phone number. Mm-hmm. Give me a call.
Julia. You done started a channel, but you ain't went out there searching? Julia.
He wanted to work together. I believe that was
Mama.
the one where another creator turned around and showed what I said at the very end first, instead of actually showing how everything went in order.
That's
and people took offense to me telling the people, if you don't like it, to F off or kick rocks or however I'm supposed to be.
Dad's talking bad about you, Mom.
PC, I've never been.
Don't worry, they would have gotten a lot worse for me if it was.
I mean, people don't seem to understand, but if somebody walks over to my neighbor's house and sits there and be like, hey, I'd like to search your property for Sebastian Rogers. His father has told me to come over and ask you. Now, if I have not given this person permission, and that gentleman that is my neighbor sits there and goes, well, sure, I know, Seth, if he's asked you to care for his son, go ahead. That person goes in there, looks. I don't know that they're doing. I don't know what they're doing at all because they're not communicating with me. And they kind of stopped communicating with me, which is why they're no longer on my team. Mm-hmm. Because you're not going to do stuff without letting me know, because that's my name. Yeah. If that person gets hurt on that property, then it's a liability for the property owner, and then it's a liability for me. And in the name of Sebastian Rogers, they got injured and hurt because they were doing what the father asked them to do. No, it's a liability thing. People don't seem to understand that. So when I sit there and I know that people are doing that right now, I get phone calls.
Julia is the dog handler. She said she's not here for the drama and has since created her own channel and is totally here for the drama.
Police department. Hey, sure, PI hiring this person for a dog person, and they said they work for you. I get calls like that, and I'm like, let me reach out.
He knows it's not a liability. Or
Text
does
them,
he know?
Call them, find out.
Does he know it's not a liability? Think of who we're dealing with here. Think of the... Think about it. I don't like saying it, but think about it. He's not a fucking scholar, that's for sure.
That they haven't. Reach out to my attorney to make sure my attorney has it, because they communicate with me.
Mhm.
And then I'm calling back the police department. No, don't have anybody out there doing that. Well, there's people out there saying that they are. So when I do go to ask somebody if I can go search on their property, and they turn around and they're like, well, you've already had searchers here. Why are you coming back? No, there's people here that are stating that they're searching and that they're part of my team. They're not part of my team.
Mhm.
That becomes a real issue. People don't seem to understand. If people are going to do things on their own, do it on your own, but don't put me and my son's name into it. It's a liability issue. Because when I do go to that property and ask to go search that property, and the owner is telling me somebody has already been here and in my name has searched their property, and they were not law enforcement, they were not SAR trained, they did not have the, and they tell me no. Now I can't search this property for my son, so I don't know if that property has been properly searched or not.
No, Mama, that's so true. The Godfather is sitting there proud, thinking what he is gonna say on TikTok live tonight.
Who did it?
I don't know who did it because I'm not having communication.
Mhm.
Who is on my team to find my son?
There
is
you go.
My choice.
There you go.
I'm the one building the team. I'm the one that's responsible for him. As the gentleman here has already said, I'm the boss.
Bro, if they want to search, go search. Just make sure if you're going on property, you talk to somebody, the property owner. Bro, it's not that difficult. You're making this seem like it's a stealth mission. We got to be undercover and we got to do everything to the T. Bro, come on, cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out.
I'm the one that asks things to get done. I asked Tony to do things for me.
He does seem
I
like
ask
a
him to put his
control
feelers
freak.
out to get things that I need. When I sit there and I ask people, if you want to help and you can't come and help search,
There, yes.
send me an
Yes.
address to send flyers to. Oh, that became a huge. That's asking for your address. Yeah, I got 1,000 flyers that I'm getting ready to pick up, so I can sit there and hand them out to people who want to hand out flyers.
And let's just be honest with you. The people that want to participate can give their address.
Right.
That don't want to participate, don't give your address. Go over to TBI and print off your own damn flyers. Let me just be
What
very
about-
simple.
But some people can't do that. Some people don't have the monetary sources to go do that. And I'm
Let me ask you something real quick.
That
And it's kind
didn't
of talking
make
about your
sense.
team. Now,
It's word
this is
salad.
kind of like a little sore subject because, there's been a lot of criticism about Tony being
All right, we're going. Uh-oh. We must be coming to the end. Mr. No, we're not. Is she still alive? She is still alive?
on your team. I know
they
we're
can
kind
get
of
over it.
Yeah, but a lot of people are just concerned that he's taking advantage of you somehow. Is there a way for Tony to take advantage? Does he have access to money, fundraiser, your credit card? I mean, how is he taking advantage of you?
I don't know. Tony, how are you taking advantage of me?
I think it's those secret late night calls, Seth.
Oh, you mean right after I go to sleep when you call me to tell me that somebody's running their mouth? Or the late night calls where I call you because I want to see how everything's going so I know what to prepare myself for the next day. There's nobody taking advantage of anything. He's a volunteer. If he wanted to, he could tell me, hey, I'm done with this shit. I can't do it no more. And I'd tell Tony, thank you very much, and I appreciate it. I know where you live.
Do you have a TikTok account?
No, I don't.
You don't have a TikTok account? Okay.
I don't have a Facebook. I have a YouTube account, which people have looked. I've had this since 2006.
Yeah.
But 2006 is when I made my Gmail account.
Mhm.
That was 2 years before my kid was born.
Okay.
And before this, I used YouTube to listen to music.
Yeah.
Me too, Seth, bro. I had no idea this side of YouTube existed, like where you could go in and live chat with people. I've always felt like, man, every time I would listen to something, I'd be like, I got a lot of shit to say. And then finally, Mom was like, you should totally do a YouTube channel and just say what you want to say. I was like, that's a great idea. Then I got caught up in a lot of fuck shit. Now we're smooth selling.
Yeah, that's the way I was too before I became Bullhorn Betty.
Seth, let me ask you a question. When you're with me, forget you paying for anything for me or me taking any money. When you're with me, do you even pay for anything for yourself?
No.
I believe that. I believe you pay for that. Like, I don't know what he's meaning right here, where he wants to prove that he's not in it for the money. I think you make money, but you're still a con. You just tried to bring Nina Bobina, Banana Fana Fofina, Fee Fi Momina, Nina into this case. And she ain't even supposed to work with children. She done popped off a pew pew at a child. Bro.
Oh, thank you, Tony. God bless you.
Tony won't let me. Tony won't let me. With my team, we've gone out to dinner at times, and I get the third degree when I start reaching for my wallet to pay for shit.
I'm sure you
and
do.
It's like, I was raised to be a gentleman.
Right.
You know, I had a particular female got mad that I bought her dinner, but everybody was splitting up the bill, and I was like, well, you know, I'll pay for these two people here, this one and this one.
Right.
And I got the third degree because I was told not to. Then I got yelled at because I left the lady a tip.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't, right?
You know, in this world, you can't do anything right. But I tell you what, everybody's opinion is just that. It's their opinion.
Yeah.
I just want to find my son. And, you know, somebody's going to be haters out there.
Mm-hmm. So I want to kind of bring us back to
Sebastian.
Today. Yeah. And I want to kind of start now picking your brain on trying to remember, and it's going to suck for you, and I know, and if you need to stop or slow down, just let me know. But I want you to kind of go back to the morning of February 26th when you listened to your voicemail message and you heard Chris on it. Was it Chris that was on the voicemail?
Yeah. She wanted to vet people. Like that was a problem. That's what he said about his PI. She wasn't doing what she's supposed to do. She wanted to vet people. Yeah, everyone needs to be vetted. Vet. And you didn't vet old Tony here. Kaden. Huh?
What does this do? Before I drink out of it again.
It's a hydrogen water bottle.
Yeah, what does hydrogen do?
I don't know. You can't ask my brain to work right now. I'm on a one-track brain mindset right now.
Right.
Ask your dad. It puts oxygen. I don't know.
Text message. And
I had a missed call and a text message from Christopher Brownfoot telling me to 911. So I called him.
And what was that conversation like?
Don't be angry or
right,
mad.
Tia.
Is missing. What are you fucking talking about? My son is missing.
Did you find the statement, don't be angry or mad, odd?
No.
Yes and no. I mean, my son's missing. You know, distraught would have been a better word. Confused on why he's gone. Mad and angry now.
No.
Well, yeah.
Betty mode brains do not work. They really don't work. Like he's asking me what my hydrogen water bottle does. And when the blue light cuts off and it beeps, it's done.
Yeah, I used it last night.
But you shouldn't hit the button until you have it sitting flat on the table. Sorry.
Mad and angry fits now.
Welcome to my life.
Then again, what I know now is everything that Chris knew beforehand.
Did you get immediately concerned when you got that call?
Yeah, it's hydrogen and it's oxygen. I don't know.
There was something
just like geography. Don't
seriously wrong. Did you just know immediately?
I left there and I was doing well above the speed limit trying to get to Katie's house to find out what's going on.
Looking back on that call you had with Chris, does anything now seem out of the ordinary or odd?
The lack of emotion, maybe?
Well, it's not his son. It does make a difference. It does make a difference. I think he loves Sebastian, but it is a different. I don't know.
When you got there, what did Katie personally tell you happened? Did you guys talk when you got to the house?
When I got there.
Yeah, but So I don't know what it does though. I don't know what it does. What's it do? It's if water is already hydrogen and oxygen, what is it doing? I don't know, but I like it. It's probably a placebo effect.
I assessed the situation before I walked in. There was law enforcement was everywhere, getting out the door, so on and so forth. By the time I got there, the dog people were there, and the drone people were there. I was the last one to this
Me and Mom both got one. We like them.
stupid fucked up party.
What was it like when you
Let's
arrived at the
rewind
home?
that because I paused
When you
it too
got there,
much.
what did Katie personally tell you happened? Did you guys talk when you got to the house?
When I got there, I assessed the situation before I walked in. There was law enforcement was everywhere, getting out the door, so on and so forth. By the time I got there, the dog people were there, and the drone people were there. I was the last one to this stupid fucked up party.
What was it
You
like
should
when
be
you arrived at the
grateful
home
for
after
that.
the
You should
craziness?
be, I don't know. I could take that several different ways. I understand the animosity, I guess, a little bit that he wasn't there, but I feel like he should be grateful they were there so fast.
From law enforcement. You know, what was the behavior of the people, Katie and other people that were there?
When I walked in, Katie said something to me and then shoved her phone in my face. There was a picture of Sebastian, the one that you see him with his optimism shirt on.
Mm-hmm.
Started kind of confused me on why she's shoving a picture of Sebastian in my face. I know what my son looks like.
Do you know why she did that?
No, still don't know why. I just started looking to see what I could see.
She
Obviously,
was
my son's not
probably
there.
in fucking fight or flight mode. She's panicking.
How long were you there?
Turned around and I was there for a little bit, just enough to talk, to find out what was going on, to find out if they had any evidence of anything, to hear the evidence that was being said.
Interesting.
And then I jumped in my truck and started looking for my son.
Immediately.
Within 30 or 45 minutes. I don't like a lot of people around me to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously my son's not there.
Mm.
And I'm under the assumption that he just walked out. So I jumped in my truck and started looking.
Look, Tony's peeking over the
Driving up and
banner.
down the road, screaming for my son.
Did you stay with Chris and Katie there for several nights?
I didn't stay the night. If that's what you're asking. Hell no.
Okay, so you guys didn't sleep. Well, because I had heard rumors that you and your family stayed there, and I was going to ask you about something.
No. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. They told us not
I cannot.
to search. All right. They told us not to be getting out and walking through the forest and shit like that, looking for Sebastian. That they didn't want one of us to go missing while we're looking for our son. Understand that? That's why I did my searching out of the vehicle.
Yeah, but you know what, Southern Gal? He made it before Chris even made it. So I think him and Chris went later.
Driving around, hollering for my son, going up and down every road, looking as far as I can see, screaming for his name. Almost went and bought a bullhorn.
I got a couple around here. I can send you one. You might have to buy batteries. You know, I wear them out, but I got an extra.
I think it's a little too late. I don't think he's in the area.
What was Katie's demeanor like that morning when you got there?
Frantic? Sounded pretty frantic since he said she just ran up and threw the phone in his face and it was a picture of Sebastian. It's
really kind of hard to explain. But
was she acting normal?
Her phone in my face, had a picture going, see, we're at BJ's yesterday and everything was fine. And I'm like, trying to prove something to me. That's not
a statement.
It's not how you prove something to me. On top of that, that picture wasn't taken BJ's, it was taken at Costco, and it's like you're already throwing false information in my face.
Do you think they actually went to BJ's or no?
I have no idea.
Gotcha. I was just asking. That wasn't on my list, but you were saying that, and that.
Ruh-roh. So what he just said, they are going to pick that shit apart. I'll rewind it. Let's rewind it.
In my face, had a picture going.
Well, around here, I can send you one. You might have to buy batteries. You know, I wear them out, but I got an extra.
I get what y'all are. Betty.
I think it's a little too late. I don't think he's,
Yeah.
in the area.
What was Katie's demeanor like that morning when you got there?
It's really kind of hard to explain. But
Was she acting normal?
shoving her phone in my face, had a picture going, see, we're at BJ's yesterday and everything was fine. And I'm like, trying to prove something to me. That's not how you.
Statement.
It's not how you prove something to me. On top of that, that picture wasn't taken BJ's, it was taken at Costco, and it's like you're already throwing false information in my face.
Do you think they actually went to BJ's or no?
I have no idea.
Gotcha. I was just asking. That wasn't on my list, but you were saying that, and that does sound like a really odd statement, convincing language, so to speak.
Doesn't work on me.
Yeah.
That's going to be dissected and pulled apart, and that's going to get even more people going after her now. I'm so sorry, Katie.
Here's at work.
I bet you're almost like a human lie detector.
Well, I look at him and I call inmates on their bullshit. It's like, don't try to bullshit me. It's not going to get you anywhere. Be as honest as you can with me. I'll be as honest as I can with you. It's a respect factor. Mutual respect.
Diving in. Do you think she was bullshitting you?
Yeah.
That morning. What?
You know who Seth reminds me of? Just like his mentality and his immaturity. I think I said this the other night. He reminds me of Stacey Wandra.
That's why she doesn't like my opinion. That's why when I told Chris I needed to speak to Katie, well, you can't do that unless I'm there. I don't care. You can be there too, buddy.
Wow. What was she wearing?
What?
What?
Yeah. That's why she doesn't like, be as honest as you can with me. I'll be as honest as I can with you. It's a respect factor. Mutual respect.
Diving in. Do you think she was bullshitting you?
Yeah.
That morning. What?
Yeah.
Wow. Fuck. Wow. Seth Rogers. Wow.
That's why she doesn't like my opinion. That's why when I told Chris I needed to speak to Katie, well, you can't do that unless I'm there. I don't care. You can be there too, buddy.
Wow. What was she wearing?
I don't remember. She was dressed. I mean, obviously there was people in the house. So.
Right. But I just didn't know if she was in her pajamas or she was dressed.
So Betty, if the sale is that you were told not to look and you were told to stay home in case your child came home, then we could buy that if they actually stayed home, correct?
Right.
But we have known in other cases where shit like this has went down that once there are so many complaints to law enforcement, law enforcement will advise you to relocate if it's necessary. We've seen that.
What was the weather like there? Was it raining or snowing that day? Was it cold? Like, can you?
First day was pretty decent. I mean, I think that low the first night was 50. The next night it got colder, and then I think on the third night, on Wednesday, I think it was 20 degrees, and then we had rain for the next 3 or 4 days, and pretty crappy fucking weather.
But it wasn't crappy weather the day he disappeared.
No.
Did the neighbor speak to you?
Briefly, one of the neighbors spoke to me. Lovely lady that lives next door. She introduced herself. I'm horrible with names, but most of the time, the people that came over, I was just sitting in a chair. People kind of looked at me, and then they would have their conversations with Chris and Katie and Kathy, and whoever else was there. There was some introductions, but I'm not one of those people who just introduced. I was watching their behavior.
Did the neighbors say anything odd? Was their behavior odd, or were they just appear to be concerned?
Some of them appeared to be concerned. Some of them brought
TikTok Tony, that cup is empty, bro. That cup is empty, bro.
video footage over for Chris to look at. So Chris got to see all the video footage. I didn't get to see shit.
Oh, there's some more animosity coming through. See, okay.
That's quite.
Still in the dark.
And that's quite interesting. Was Chris friendly?
After Chris lost his cool, I couldn't stay there after Wednesday.
Lost his cool. How? I never heard this.
The GoFundMe my sister set up to help me pay my bills while I look for my son.
What was that?
The one that law enforcement told you should absolutely avoid doing. Yeah, that one. Okay, just one.
Why did he want you to stop? Why did he threaten you?
Hold on. It was a GoFundMe that my sister set up for me to pay my bills while I look for my son. It wasn't set up as a reward. It wasn't set up as anything else. People want to know what happened to it. It was donated. I used it to pay my bills. I used it to put gas in my truck so I could drive an hour and a half down there, an hour and a half back. People.
You don't have to convince me because I know how expensive.
No, it's just a little annoying. If there were GoFundMe had been put up for a reward, yes, it would have been used as a reward. And I still have some of it. And I still won't touch a portion of it because I'm looking to put it into it. But it has to be set up properly, and law enforcement has to literally approve of it.
Right. Gotcha.
You know, just because people want something done doesn't mean it happens. I'd like my son to be found, and I'm looking for him.
When you were there and you saw Chris and Katie, did you see any injuries on their persons?
I was not paying attention to them.
You say you didn't see any scratches on.
Oh, I thought you was just sitting there watching everything, assessing people's movements.
His arms.
I've seen pictures of the scratches and stuff afterwards.
Did that concern you at all?
Nothing I can do about it now.
Did you find any behaviors when Chris and Katie got together as and the reason why they were the last person to see your son? You know, I'm not trying to, I don't want to put you in a.
Their conversations are inappropriate for what was going on.
How do you mean?
Talking about the next vacation, the jewelry that, I'm going to buy for that is Kathy wants jewelry and wants Christopher to buy it for her. I mean, the conversations were enough to make me sick, so I left to go try to find my son.
They were having these conversations in the house. Kathy was these people. What was your opinion of Kathy?
My opinion of her?
Kathy is Chris's mom. Let's go back.
Nothing I can do about it now.
Did you find any behaviors when Chris and Katie got together as and the reason why they were the last person to see your son? I'm not trying to, I don't want to put you in a.
Their conversations are inappropriate for what was going on.
How do you mean?
Talking about the next vacation, the jewelry that, I'm going to buy for her. That is Kathy wants jewelry and wants Christopher to buy it for her. I mean, the conversations were enough to make me sick, so I left to go try to find my son.
They were having these conversations in the house. Kathy was these people. What was your opinion of Kathy?
My opinion of her?
Yeah.
Really going to piss off Chris if I sit there and tell you my opinion of her.
Have you met her before?
Yes, she was actually supposed to be helping me find a place to live. She's a realtor. Has plenty of access to plenty of places.
She knows law enforcement. They have connections. Do you know if Chris has family that works for Sumner County Sheriff?
I've heard that he does.
And do you know that his mom has a friend by the name of Ginger, which is, I guess, a Henderson chief or some kind of lieutenant or something, Henderson Police Department?
I have no idea. I just know Chris grew up in this area. They've been here for a long time. And unfortunately, I'm classified as an outsider. But
So he's saying they were having inappropriate conversations for the situation that was going on.
my son lived there.
He does sound jelly.
We're missing in Sumner County. People may not like me as an outsider.
What? I didn't catch that. Did I miss it? Did that go over my head?
Access to plenty of places.
Oh,
What's
what?
your opinion of her?
Yeah.
Really going to piss off Chris if I sit there and tell you my opinion of her.
Have you met her before?
Yes, she was actually supposed to be helping me find a place to live. She's a realtor. Has plenty of access to plenty of places.
Oh. Well, then. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that, bro. Chris is gonna whoop your ass if you don't stop this shit.
She knows law enforcement. They have connections. Do you know if Chris has family that works for Sumner County Sheriff?
I've heard that he does.
And do you know that his mom has a friend by the name of Ginger, which is, I guess, a Henderson chief or some kind of lieutenant or something, Henderson Police Department?
I have no idea.
Which is it? The one Tony Mathis set up, Southern Gal?
I just know Chris grew up in this area. They've been here for a long time, and unfortunately, I'm classified
Good night,
as an outsider.
Amy.
But my son lived there. I mean, we're missing in Sumner County. People may not like me as an outsider. He's my son. People are going to have to get over certain things because I'm not going to be over my son just poof, as Chris says, or Houdini himself out.
What was Kathy's demeanor like that morning? Did anybody in the house, when you saw them, appear nervous or out of place or odd, or just maybe they weren't doing anything, but there was just something in you that made you feel out of place or made you feel odd?
Katie seemed to be the only one that was upset, grieving, and maybe would be the word.
What was she doing? How was she acting? What emotions was she displaying?
Just sitting on the couch crying.
Have you seen
After
her?
the initial me coming in and her shoving her phone in my face and all that sort of stuff, then, you know.
Do you feel her behavior was genuine?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay, fair enough. Were you there when Chris approached the law enforcement to get the camper?
Oh, he
to get
called the
permission to go get the camper?
queue.
I was
He
not.
called the queue. Did y'all see that? Tony Baloney.
Displaying.
Just sitting on the couch crying.
Have you seen
After the
her?
initial me coming in and her shoving her phone in my face and all that sort of stuff, then,
Watch.
you know.
Do you feel her behavior was genuine?
Look.
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay, fair enough. Were you there when Chris approached the law
We see you, TikTok Tony Baloney. We see you.
enforcement to get the camper? To get permission to go get the camper?
I was not.
But you heard about it.
Oh, I heard
Yes.
about it.
What day did he
Do you not have work tomorrow, Dad? Yeah. Headstones is Emmy.
leave the very next day, or was it a day or two after?
I do not know. I mean, it wasn't Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday while I was there.
Gotcha. And what did Ellie say at the time you left the Proud Hood home about the status of the case at that time?
When he left,
No,
Oh,
when
I left.
when he probably went to go get the camper and you probably went on your way. Did law enforcement give you an update? That was really early on in the case, obviously much different than where we
after
are now.
Wednesday, my parents showed up from Texas and they were staying over in Goodlettsville at the RV park.
Gotcha.
I told them where I was at, and they
Nice.
knew where I was at. And except for me calling them to find out what was going on, really didn't have much communication with them. I was kicked out of the command center.
What was that about?
I shouldn't be here looking at the computers. I was
You were
looking
crying
at them.
too.
You know, and my son's missing. I want to see where you're searching. Why? So I can go search. I gotta stay in my vehicle. I can't get out and go running around. But I can sure drive around.
Yeah.
I can look. I was told that I'm not supposed to be doing that.
But you did it anyways.
I've never been one. You know, when it comes down to something important, you're going to do what you're going to do.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
And there's nothing more important to me than my
He's a
son.
control freak.
There was a video that was released by Nick.
So
Bates
is
about some
Chris
light
though.
movements on the outside of the home. Did you? And this was added after the fact because one of my mods wanted to ask this. What did Ellie say about that video? Was the time truly stuck? I guess I've never heard the time being stuck on one specific time. Off, maybe, but stuck.
I mean, when I saw the video that they showed me, it stayed there. It was just stationary.
Yeah, Seth has already confirmed that, Bet. See, this is where you got to catch up, girl. Like, we've been here, done that.
At 311.
Do you believe that video was taken later, or you just don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. I've got just a few more questions, and then Tony, obviously, I've got some questions
Oh,
for you.
Lord. We got questions dedicated to Tony Baloney. TikTok Tony. Wow, chicka, wow, wow.
you, which I've asked a lot of the questions in our downtime. So, but it's been really good. This has been really good. I really do appreciate this. I hope I've been very respectful throughout this process. I wanted to be I pry, but I understand the situation as well, and it's kind of hard because you're the only person I've had an opportunity to speak with. So I really do apologize that I have to ask you all these questions. But what do you think the most challenging thing for you has been since the disappearance of your son? And I know you're talking about the loneliness, but has there been any other hindrances, resources? There was a time and a place that you actually said that you believe you may know where your son is, but you just don't have the resources to get him.
See, and then other times she comes in with good questions. See, like,
what did you mean by that?
I'm thrown off.
I don't remember stating that.
Good night, Okie. Thanks for being here.
When it comes down to resources, it's like I would like to follow every lead possible. I'd like to go down every rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I can't do it. Everybody wants to complain about this, complain about that, and to add stress. And stress is the #1 killer in life.
That's true.
It's not that I'm alone in my house. It's the fact that my son could possibly be somewhere. He's possibly alone.
Mm-hmm.
If he was here in my house, he may not be stuck to me. He may be in the living room in the recliner, in his recliner. His recliner. That's his recliner. He chose his recliner. Playing on a Switch, watching, and I could be in my room. I could be in the kitchen, watching my own. It's not about it's about not knowing where he is. Supposed to keep your children safe. Never said I was a perfect parent. I only have one child. It's a learning experience for me every day. But it's been an unending fucking nightmare since I got off of work. The fucking Monday morning to find out that my son is just gone. And knowing that there's 2 other people that are responsible for him, it seems that they're having the fucking grandest time of their goddamn fucking life. Well, I hope they fucking enjoy it.
Does it seem like they're having the grandest time of their fucking life? Does it though?
I believe in fucking karma. When it comes around, I hope it smacks him in the fucking face. All 3 of us haven't been cleared yet. And I'll tell you right now, had nothing to do with my son's disappearance. Sumner County should understand that I didn't. I've got records where literally, I've had him enrolled for school. He should be living with me right now.
No, he hasn't, Boo Berry.
Could it be possible that your son is a victim of an online predator at all, or they've eliminated that possibility?
I don't know. Talk to Sumner County. Maybe they'll tell you.
Hell no, they have not eliminated that possibility. That takes so long to get warrants for the intranets. So long. And then once you get the warrants, it takes so long to get what you need to look at.
Yeah. Now I'm going to ask you
do
this.
with the case and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If it's impertinent to the case, they're not going to tell me. And it's not because I might come tell you all. It's because they keep things close to the chest, which I've learned since this has started. I don't tell anybody shit anymore because
you have sat here spilling out all kinds of shit tonight.
There's very few people that I can trust. I mean, literally, what just fucking happened in the last 3 or 4 days is evidence of why I don't trust fucking people. Fucking snakes. Where I come from, we kill snakes. We cut their heads off.
Cut the head off the snake.
Skin that bitch, throw it in a skillet, and watch it fucking squirm.
Ew.
There you go.
Well, I'm a snaky snake myself, and I don't want to be skinned and have my head chopped off and thrown on a skillet and watch me wriggle around like the fuck.
I'm going to ask you point blank. Did you have anything to do with your son? The disappearance of your son?
No.
And you have passed a polygraph?
Yep.
If another parent is going through this situation, what would be your best piece of advice for that parent?
Find hope and hold on to it. But when you're making a team, don't have a lot of people because there's a lot of trauma vultures out there in this world. A lot of fucking pieces of shit in this world. And you'll find out who your friends are. There's not a playbook for this shit. And each one is different.
What you mean, Funya? Where's the people who seem to think things are threats like this? What do you mean?
Sooner or later, even if you're a good-natured person, you have to kick people to the fucking curb. Don't let them tell you what to fucking do. It's your child. And if you stop, are you worthy of being their parent? I won't stop.
I believe that. I believe he won't stop. I think he'll probably always look for Sebastian. Even if it's not physically like out searching, you know, just in everyday life, look for him.
Well, I just got a few more questions, and it's going to be kind of directed toward Tony. So I've got a few more questions from Seb.
Oh, is it not? Are you sure? Oh, I know, Nunya. I know. I know. That's where the tunnel vision comes in. They don't see that shit. I could have swore it takes a lot of time when it comes to cyber crimes. Do they like red light or green light the kids' cases where it's like push them through as quick as possible? Oh. Well, damn.
Subs to you, but I'm just going to let you
They still got his devices. They've returned everybody else's shit to him, but they still got Sebastian's.
kind of take a break and get a cigarette and take a breath, you know? So, Tony, you've been through quite a lot with Seth throughout this process, and it has very much been challenging. It's been challenging for all of us watching this from an outside looking in. You tell me a little bit about yourself and how you were drawn to this case or Caleb's case. But before you do that, well, and then after that, give us an update on Caleb, because there were some people in the chat that wanted to know what was going on in that case as well. So.
Well, I got involved in Caleb's case because I'm very close to his father, Randy. We work together. We're very close friends. I started out in that case kind of like I did with Seth, kind of helping from behind the scenes, setting up some interviews, doing some things like that. And as he got further into that situation, he started requesting more and more and started hinting that it would be good if he had somebody by his side in Corpus Christi. So I went down there to Corpus Christi and, I became kind of a project manager for him. I mean, I set up the, places that the search and rescue team was searching. I worked with our Facebook administrator to build volunteers and kind of give them direction. I brought the PI in, again, with some recommendations from our Facebook.
Well, I think that's kind of what he's afraid of, Buttercup. I think that is a fear. That what if then it would come down to something that would have happened on his watch. You know what I'm saying? He likes to say Chris and Katie are the ones that lost them. They're the ones responsible. But it's very possible he's responsible. That possibility is still out there for all three of them. None of them are cleared. They're all still suspect.
Different roles there. Got his interview set up, coached him through those.
Interesting, Pete.
Just kind of gave him a strategy, laid out a strategy for him. And then as we moved through that case, it got to the point where that investigation turned more digital and there wasn't a need to keep doing interviews. Local searches.
And this is Caleb. I might not have it on here anymore. Hold on.
Connected us together and told me that Seth really needed some help, that there were some areas that he felt like were deficient in his son's case.
I don't have it on here anymore.
I started out with Seth. Seth simply wanted a qualified search and rescue team. And we spent 2 or 3 weeks talking in private about that. And I counseled him a little bit on some different things, some different strategies, some different interview strategies after watching some of his things. And got to the point where he told me that he really needed me to be a spokesperson for him, that he didn't want to be on camera, didn't want to set up interviews, that type of thing.
But he's continued to do so.
And, obviously, our plan initially was to try to just take one spokesperson and have them represent all three. And we waited for a week and a half, 2 weeks for that to happen. And it got to the point where Seth was just saying, I can't wait any longer. I need you to come help me, and with or without the other side. And, it was a Friday, actually 4 weeks ago tomorrow. And I was out fishing and I got a text from him that said, I really need your help. Are you going to help me or not? And I just agreed to come on board and help him. So, and it's been nothing but smooth sailing since then.
Are you robbing Seth blind?
Wow. All right. Well then. Oh, fuck. Oh. Okay. Oh. Jeez.
Out the other side, and it was a Friday, actually 4 weeks ago tomorrow, and I was out fishing, and I got a text from him that said, I really need your help. Are you going to help me or not? And I just agreed to come on board and help him. So, and it's been nothing but smooth sailing since then.
Are you robbing Seth blind?
What? That was out of absolutely nowhere. Oh my God. Oh, the screen's on. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, Sebastian, baby. I'll put you back up. All right.
Spokesperson and have them represent all three. And we waited for a week and a half, 2 weeks for that to happen.
He gives this whole spiel and she jumps straight into it.
And it got to the point where Seth was just saying, I can't wait any longer. I need you to come help me, and with or without the other side. And, it was a Friday, actually 4 weeks ago tomorrow. And I was out fishing, and I got a text from him that said, I really need your help. Are you going to help me or not? And I just agreed to come on board and help him. So, and it's been nothing but smooth sailing since then.
Are you robbing Seth blind?
I can't look at her and look at him. Oh, jeez. What? Hakab, or no, it was Tess. Tess said, she went full Nancy Grace. Did somebody say Nancy Grace? Oh, I think somebody said Nancy Grace. Nancy, the people want to see you, girl.
I'm trying to get rich before I leave about this bitch. I'm trying to have things when it's long.
Oh my God, my side hurts from laughing so hard. We need to see Tony. Yeah, we're going to rewind it. I'm not going to laugh as hard this time. I promise.
It was a Friday, actually 4 weeks ago tomorrow. And I was out fishing, and I got a text from him that said, I really need your help. Are you going to help me or not? And I just agreed to come on board and help him. So, and it's been nothing but smooth sailing since then.
Are you robbing Seth blind?
I got to tell you, I've been very, very blessed in life. And
I can't. And Mom's over here. She's got jokes on her own. Mama, behave. She says, Seth's probably digging in that little refrigerator. I can't stand y'all.
I give Seth the shirt off my back. I have not taken even a nickel from Seth or Randy Harris. Quite frankly, I set up a GoFundMe for Randy through our employees at work, our coworkers. Even that account, I never even had access to the funds. As you know, they're kept in a cloud. And then when Randy was ready for him, I sent him an email and he captured those funds. But I've never even had access to any of these guys' funds. Matter of fact, when I'm with them, I pay for everything for them out of my wife and I's pocket.
Why do you think you're under such heavy scrutiny?
I think a lot of it has to do with Seth was on a lot of these hate channels, and he was out there doing.
Whoa, bro, don't just blame Seth. Yes, Seth was causing chaos on his own. But you tried to come in and bring Nina Bobina and somebody named Stephen Crabtree who made up a whole fucking lie about Sebastian's case. Stop the cap. Put a cap on it. Stop.
Doing everything he could do to get his son's name out there. And when I started watching where he had been and started researching these people and looking at their history, I told him, I said, there's a lot of these people that, that don't have your best interest at heart. So we're not going to do interviews with these people anymore. And I think a lot of it has to do with when I took that access away to him. And a lot of the content creators that never had access to him, they still like him getting on camera and losing his cool and, whatever, because it's clicks and views. And
I couldn't stand it. It made me sick.
Yeah, it made me sick too. And I just tried to give him.
Oh, hold on. That just made me, I just realized TikTok Tony said he pays for everything out of his and his wife's pockets. Damn, Betty. That sucks, bro. I could have so imagined it.
My plan, and people love to see Seth Rogers in the Raw, and he can be in the Raw like he was tonight. He can be himself, but he can still be in an environment where people and platforms care about him. And there's a difference between being in the Raw where people have right behind his back and being in the Raw on a show where somebody has compassion, such as yourself. And I wanted to control his environment, not what he says, but I wanted to control the environment.
Yep.
Yeah. I think what you guys are doing, putting him on his own platform, I think that's going to be a benefit for you guys in the long road. And you don't have to depend on people like me. He can go pop up there if he's got a message or information. You guys can because at the end of the day, I did watch everything unfold. I do have intimate knowledge of all the people involved and how everything transpired. While we're not going to get into that here, it was wrong. It was wrong.
It was just
yeah. And so, I just really am very thankful that you guys took the time to come here. And I would like, when Seth is, ready, I would like to open it up just for a few questions. I'm going to go through my starred accounts here real quick. I've got a few questions in here if he's up for it. I'm just going to read through them before, if you don't mind, just give me a few minutes to read through, make sure nothing's too crazy here. And so if you want to get a drink or something, you go ahead and take a break, whatever you need to do, and just give me about two or 3 minutes to read through these. Have any questions, now would be so far. So I'll ask the questions for my mods. Just a quick question, crazy for all of you, for all the people out there. I just want to thank you so much. The line of questioning. All right, hold on a second. He's already been here for 2 hours. We're going to try to be okay. I've got a few questions. I'm not going to, you've been here long enough, but I know I did ask for questions before we came live, and my mods did prepare some questions for me to help out. So I will try to grab some of these here. And
you have what now
for the questions?
What do you mean, Willow? You got what now? 12-minute clip, Jim Norton show. Oh, with Sam Roberts. Now we know who stole. Oh, absolutely. You can put it in here. Yeah. Totally. Damn, for me. Now we know who stole JLR's blinks. Yeah, because dude is like quadrupling those blinks.
At the end of this sheet here, one of my subscribers, I'm only going to ask a couple of these questions. What size, we were told that you bought Sebastian new boots. Is that correct?
Yeah, I took him to Boot Barn and bought him a pair of hiking boots.
And those boots were at your house?
They're at his mama's house.
And those boots were accounted for?
Yeah, they were at the front door when I walked in.
Okay, and what size is his shoe?
10.5.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that answered that question. Were they there after? Yes, that answers that.
Oh my goodness, 10.5. Caden's in 11.5 already. He's 12. He's gonna have big feetses.
Question. Katie said she bought him 3 pairs of shoes, and she only bought him 3 pairs of shoes. Was that because he didn't like? He was very specific on his shoes, or was that a Katie thing?
Probably a Katie thing.
Gotcha. Okay. And did they tell us where the location is? Okay, so I think I got all of those questions. Here's one. Oh, here's one about Terry Lynn. Maybe you know, maybe you don't. Allegedly,
No.
Terry Lynn's tires were slashed while searching. Other searchers have been threatened and pulled out. Do you have any idea who's behind these scare tactics?
I don't.
Okay.
They tried to put it out there as if it was Cluminati. Like, come on.
All right, so now for the moderation questions. I went through
You
them.
were
They look like
close,
they were
I
good. I
know.
won't take too much. There's just a few more questions here, so I'll try to gloss through them as quickly as I can. What was Sebastian's favorite song?
Well, he didn't really have a favorite song. I mean, we listened to everything. I mean, probably Eastbound and Down.
Down. Gotcha. How was Sebastian with transitioning from activity to activity, from home to outside?
At my house,
Yeah, she is, Tess.
I mean, we go from the house to the truck, so the transitioning was the drive.
Mm-hmm.
Normally that meant, jump in the truck, get our seatbelts on, or whatever we're loading in the truck to go do, and then we listen to music.
Let me put that baby back up.
Missy
That's
says,
always been one of the things that helps transition.
What is it? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Said that's always been one of the things that helps transition him is music. Even when he was in a bad mood, like he didn't want to go to the store, like you don't have a choice today. We're going to the store because gotta put groceries in here. You're going to be here for a week. You need to come with me so that you can pick out whatever snacks you want. You know, do you want sliced ham? Do you want sliced turkey? Do you want Swiss cheese today? You know, do you want provolone? Whatever.
I
you
heard he was the
want.
only one that likes Swiss.
Oh, he got that from me. There's not a cheese that me and him haven't tried that we haven't liked.
I feel you.
I'm a cheesehead too.
Oh, she said I'm a cheesehead. Somebody clip it.
Whatever.
I heard
you
he was the
want.
only one that likes Swiss.
Oh, he got that from me. There's not a cheese that me and him haven't tried that we haven't liked.
I'm a cheesehead too. I gotta be honest with you. I love cheese, Gouda,
I'm a cheesehead too. Me too, Betty.
goat cheese. I like if it's cheese, I like it.
His favorite cheese, his go-to for favorite cheese was always baby Swiss. You know, it's like that big, comes with the little holes and everything else in it. Yeah, that's always been his go-to is Swiss, and that's why he's always gotten here. And there's nothing like a fried. It's Virginia brand baked ham is his favorite lunch meat to go with his Swiss, and grilled ham and cheese sandwiches were one of
That
his
sounds
favorites.
good.
You're making me hungry.
Jesus Christ, making a bitch drool over here.
We are foodies over here.
Oh, I didn't get this from nothing. All right, and I don't have a woman cooking for me,
Yeah.
so I've always been the one that cooks anyways. And his favorite thing to
Mom,
like,
stop.
he likes a grilled cheese sandwich, but we take cheddar brats, pack of 5, throw them in the skillet, cook them for about 45 minutes, so that
I'm sure
they pretty
somebody
much
did.
look like
Willow.
they just came off the grill,
Mhm.
and then cut them up into pieces, and that's the meat.
You know
Then we
it.
sit there and we make our spaghetti sauce. And boy loves mushrooms, raw, cooked, sautéed. It doesn't matter. He loves his
Oh,
mushrooms.
I can't eat
And,
raw mushrooms. Ugh, they got to be cooked.
Fresh mushrooms, vegetables, tomato paste, some stewed tomatoes, put it all into the pot, just let it cook, and there's our sauce. And then when it comes down to the spaghetti, you know, he likes his fresh grated Parmesan.
You know what? I gotta say, I like his style. What can I say?
You
Me
know?
too.
So Missy
Betty,
says,
Betty, I want to make sure before we get out of here that
Uh-oh.
that I make it very clear that we are having good communication with law enforcement now.
good.
You know, I think it's
Good.
important that we point out that Seth is in a good place with them. We
Mhm.
support them and what they're doing.
But will he be after this interview? I'm not sure because he said a few things. Like he even mentioned something that's in the CPS paperwork that he's not supposed to mention.
But I also would like Seth to tell you, because I listened to your show earlier and I listened to some of these theories and some of these ladies that you hook horns with a little bit regarding their theories. For the longest time, really the only thing
Good night, Dad.
That Seth got from law enforcement was one thing. What was that one thing, Seth? What was it they told you that was the only communication you got for such a long time?
Talking about that you still don't know how he got out of the house.
Correct. How did they phrase that?
There's no evidence he ever left the house.
That's what we kind of concluded with everything.
It's the same thing that they said at the last press conference.
Yeah, we've known that.
And I just like people to understand, being in law enforcement, they don't have to tell us it's a criminal investigation. What they have told us is that it's an investigation. And it's the same thing I've told people close to me, that you'll know if it's a criminal investigation. When they slap them
Oh
fucking
my
bracelets on your
God,
wrist, and you're all
Tess.
fucking wear orange for the rest of your goddamn life, well, I'm gonna like you.
Mhm.
And I feel sorry for whoever did it. Best bet.
Tess said, what about Fumunda cheese? Fumunda from under these nuts. I can't.
Is just to let my son go. Drop him off at a gas station. Tell him to go in and tell him what your name is.
That's cool.
Tell him
Stuff,
to call 911. Doesn't matter where you are. It will get to me, and I will be driving to pick him up.
Yes, do
Missy
not
just-
call TikTok Tony phony baloney Tony's tip line. Please do not do that. Do not be ignorant as fuck. Let's have some couth to what, you know, like if you're gonna call and give a tip, take it directly to law enforcement. Don't call this dude's tip line.
Wants to say, Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers, your virtual aunties and uncles won't stop until you're found and back home safe with your daddy. Seth, I'm praying for Sebastian and you, sending to you from Arizona.
Thank you, Miss Fisher.
Blame Erica says Seth is a great father. Never doubted that. Mass flyers can be distributed.
I
through
don't necessarily doubt that. I
West
think he
Coast
was
staff.
probably a great father.
We deliver 1,000 or 10,000 flyers in 1 week for $1,000. They should do it for free. You can do batches too. It's legit community help and effort. MK, send me that. Thank you for all you're doing, Team Sebastian.
It's the only team there should be.
Absolutely. You don't want to see me come unglued over that. I already did. If you need to go back, you can go back and look.
Girl, you are all. You are like. You're pro Seth. You don't fuck with Katie. Like you have done. You have pointed the finger at them so much, girl. You are one-sided. Stop.
Actually have
It's
a
not
video.
team me. It's not team them. It's team find Sebastian. It's Sebastian's army. And Sebastian, his army needs Sebastian, and Sebastian needs the army to find him.
What about the chest plate is gone? Mom and Dad step house. Was he still wearing it before he went missing? The chest plate. Apparently, there was a picture where he had a chest plate on. Can you have anything to say about the chest plate?
He chose to not wear it. He tried it. It was like pulling teeth from an alligator. And he chose.
Look,
he was given the choice.
Did you see that?
Um,
Look at this comment she highlighted. Miss Criminal Contemplation, $2. Katie and Chris, where is Sebastian?
And he chose. He was given the choice, and he chose not to wear it. He had a cartilage buildup right here on his chest. That was, it was just it's part of his EQ20 deletion.
Mm-hmm.
It leads to a lot of facial disfigurement and body disfigurement, and that's just one of the things. And when he chose not to wear it, then it's a choice you live with.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what we did, I tried to tell him, I was like, it's to help you in the long run. But if you choose not to wear it, it can't make you do something you don't want to do.
Yeah, my parents.
Well,
spent,
I
money
mean,
on hearing it.
To an extent, you can though, because he's still 15. He's still under your roofs.
It's for me because I'm deaf in my right ear. And this is back in the 80s and 90s. Like, this is expensive stuff. It was like $4,000 or $5,000 for these things, and I literally threw them in a locker and lost them. Oops. But was Katie fully on board with Sebastian coming to live with you full time?
It was something that she was being convinced to do.
Yes, I will. Here you go.
So you think Chris was the driving force behind that? Do you know why?
I don't know. Animosity, pride, stupid shit.
Do you think he'd care for your son? Or do you not? Well, I probably should answer that maybe. If you want to answer it, answer it.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Look, Tony said, Look how fast he shakes.
I don't know. Animosity, pride, stupid shit.
Do you think he'd care for your son? Or do you not? Well, I probably should answer that maybe. If you want to answer it,
No, I'm not.
Okay. Julia said she is not communicating with the family, that she's just going to concentrate on searches. I believe she said she got sent from stuff from LE is what's being said.
Well, I wasn't informed of that. So tell her if she wants to pick up communication with me again. I have his shoes and I have his clothes here in the back. I've got pillows sitting on his bed. Got his blankets. And my son. But her not reaching out after being in communication, and then her just sitting there saying that she's searching and she's not telling people where to search. You can come to my house and you search my house first. Told her that. Told her come to my house, search my house, bring your dogs, and I got stuff for you for the smell.
Was there? I think we asked this question. Was there a place that Sebastian wanted to go that he may have found a way to get there?
I have no idea.
Do you know of any type of internal cameras ever being at the house of the Proudfoots? Ring doorbell cameras, anything that you've ever seen going there, dropping off, anything that wasn't there the morning that you were there?
Nope, never saw cameras.
What does this say? Can we ask Seth what he saw on the footage of the lights? I think he mentioned at one time that it was a garbage truck. Can he confirm that tonight?
What I was informed of by law enforcement. That's all.
But you didn't see the video?
The video they showed me was of lights and showing me where the floodlights were during the day and where they were at night.
Gotcha. What is the one thing you believe would absolutely bring Sebastian home now?
Can I answer that, Seth?
Sure.
Oh shit.
Mine's going to be unethical.
Katie telling the truth.
I'm shooketh. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't even know what to say. We'll replay it, but
Where they were at night.
Gotcha. What is the one thing you believe would absolutely bring Sebastian home now?
Can I answer that, Seth?
Sure. Because mine's going to be unethical.
Katie telling the truth. I mean, let's just face it. Okay, you can pick anything that you've got in your life that is a part of your daily routine. Your cell phone, your purse. If it's missing, and you don't know where it is, what do you do?
Right.
Look for it.
Right. You've never seen Katie out. Nobody in the just to clarify this. And I'm sorry.
What truth does she need to tell TikTok Tony phony baloney Tony? Ooh. Southern Gal, thank you for that. Southern Gal says, Katie, lawyer up now and get them. Wow. What? I'm so mind blown he just said that. And then his reasoning for saying that didn't even make sense to me. Oh my God. I can't believe he just said that.
Can I answer that, Seth?
What is the one thing you believe?
They were at night.
Gotcha. What is the one thing you believe would absolutely bring Sebastian home now?
Can I answer that, Seth?
Sure. Because mine's going to be unethical.
Katie telling the truth. I mean, let's just face it.
Okay, that's one statement, but what he's about to say right here doesn't even go with that.
Okay, you can pick anything that you've got in your life that is a part of your daily routine. Your cell phone, your purse. If it's missing, and you don't know where it is, what do you do?
It is Willow.
Right. You've never seen Katie out. Nobody in the just to clarify this. And I'm sorry I didn't think about this, but it's just kind of reared its ugly head. Nobody in Katie and Chris's family was out there to help you search for your son, right?
No.
Nobody.
That is, and see, he's saying nobody, none of them went and helped him. But in earlier interviews, Seth has said that him and Chris searched for him the first couple of days together. So which is it? Ooh, and this is TikTok, Tony. You've been doing an all right job. You know, you've been giving your hand signals, your little baseball signals and whatnot. But you just fucked your quote unquote client up by saying that.
Not the cousins, not the aunts, not Aunt Melissa, not Dara, not their children.
No. I mean, they could have showed up when we had the volunteers and just handed out flyers to the volunteers that were going to go hand out flyers.
So nobody from that family did shit. Excuse my language.
No.
Okay.
Lie, because at the beginning you said that Chris searched with you a couple of days. Stop.
And the one thing I believe that would absolutely bring my son home is some good 70s detective work. Maybe unethical now, but it sure would work in this case.
A little bit of waterboarding, maybe.
You know, you're not the first person that said that.
I'm telling you, people. I'm barbaric. I mean, I'm a barbaric woman when it comes to
what? Who's she talking about waterboarding?
Nobody from that family did shit. Excuse my language.
No.
Okay. Well, thank you.
You could tell
you
could tell he was lying when he just said that. No.
That would absolutely bring my son home is some good 70s detective work. Maybe unethical now, but it sure would work in this case.
A little bit of waterboarding, maybe.
You know, you're not the first person that said that.
What? Oh,
I'm telling you, people. I'm barbaric. I mean,
waterboard Katie and your own team, Sebastian.
I'm a barbaric woman when it comes to the crime and punishments and stuff like that. I'm an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth type of girl.
She did. She just alluded to waterboarding Katie Proudfoot for answers. And Betty just made it that much worse. Y'all remember where you seen it first? Because you didn't see it on Betty's.
There's no middle of the road.
I was raised Old Testament. In the end, we all are blind and justice.
Y'all are going to see this fucking go wild now.
Criminal Gossiper says, what is the whole story behind Sebastian going to live with Seth? Praying for Sebastian would be found safe.
From my point of view, he was a better child.
It's almost over,
He had
y'all.
more understanding here, which allowed him to relax. It allowed him to develop better. It allowed him to be more open for growth, for growing up. If you keep somebody, it's like having a snake in a cage, and you're feeding it the little bitty pinkies, which are, for some people that don't know, as baby mice. All right, and that's all you're feeding it. It's only going to eat and grow to the size of the cage that it's in. But if you get a bigger cage and you allow it more freedom, it will get bigger. Therefore, it's allowed to grow.
Somebody says that
he was allowed to grow.
Do you think that Chris and Katie's parenting style was overly strict for your son and your son's disabilities?
Their parenting style was not mine.
You think he thrived better at your home with?
I think he did.
Yeah. Something about that sounds like Sebastian was working on being vegetarian. Did he eat meat?
Man, his favorite thing was Virginia baked ham and bacon.
So you did say that.
I mean, his best breakfast that he liked was sausage gravy and biscuits and eggs. I mean, he liked tofu too, but that's only when we went out to to the what is it, to the hibachi restaurants.
Oh, I love hibachi. Sebastian seems like he's got really good taste in food. Just saying.
But boy loves California roll. He likes fish. He likes the turkey. He loves salmon. He likes steak, medium rare. Boy,
I like mine still kicking and mooing myself, but I'm from the country. That's how we cook.
And
No, that is not.
At the Waffle House.
No, ma'am. Skirt. Hold up. That is not how we cook.
Does she look like Taylor Swift? I'm just asking. Just asking.
I don't know. I don't watch Taylor Swift, so that's the only thing that me and my son disagreed on. He was a Swiftie, and I'm a Merle Haggard person.
Well, Merle Haggard, I'm sorry, just doesn't look. I'm a chick, and I'm not girl crushing, but I'm sorry, Merle and Taylor. I can kind of see why your boy's got a crush on Taylor.
Yeah, but I like Merle Haggard's music better than I like.
Oh yeah. I was listening to that. I was in the backwoods of South Carolina. What else was I listening to? Much different than I mentioned all the time.
We don't care, Beth.
Maybe I should too.
I stopped counting because the only other time you start counting is when you're Tony's age.
Yep. Well, we're not gonna throw Tony in the antique barn yet, but
no, that's the Antique Roadshow. Thank you.
There you go. The classics.
Tony is not amused. TikTok Tony, phony, baloney Tony is not amused at all.
We're just talking about you in front of your face, Tony. Get used to it.
He's used to it.
Yeah, I'm used to it for sure.
Yes, he
Listen,
did.
I know I have bent your ears, and I my heart goes out to you, Seth. It really does. When I saw everything happening the way it did, it's been very difficult for me as a creator trying to, balance this. But morally, I do have a platform and have a responsibility as well. And the bottom line is I don't think what you're going through right now is fair or reasonable. I think the focus needs to be on the last people that saw your son. And that needs to be our focus. There's a lot there.
I don't think any of this on any of them is okay. Like, you can have your criticisms about somebody. You can have your opinions about somebody, but you don't have to attack them. And that's what we're trying not to do. We're trying to point out, hey, this is an inconsistency without personally attacking him.
I know that we're tearing as much as we can tear apart. If I find something, I'm sending it over to Tony to send to you. It's just all of us are just trying to do our part to help find some answers. And it just really kind of.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but the website for that was put on the Facebook page. I called the people that were doing the Facebook page and had them put that on there. And the people are intelligent enough to actually read what it says. It's for
no, I've never either.
Or the email. But it also has TBI's number on there and Sumner County's number on there. All right. And if you're calling the number for anonymous, if you read on the bottom, text this number for, anonymous. If you don't want to do an anonymous tip, then call TBI in Sumner County. I mean, that's why the number is there. I've already spoke with Sumner County. They already know about it. I mean, it was an idea that one of my PIs had. I told him to run with it. they ran with it.
I don't know, Southern Gal. It's
Well, there's every
strange.
PI that I've ever worked with has always prepared a standalone standardized line for tips. Period. Every single one I've I'm
No.
not a internet PI type of chick at all. I don't like internet
No,
PIs.
she
I think it's
didn't,
much drama. I
Petty.
like personal PIs, boots on the ground, where they're actually private investigators, not public investigators. And so that's kind of where I'm just at. What was your
Hey, Seth, can
Yes,
you,
sir.
I just got a text from somebody in our inner circle. Can you please correct what Sebastian was wearing? There seems to be misinformation
God, in their inner circle.
about that.
From what I was informed of by his mother, he was wearing like leisure pants, Adidas leisure pants with a stripe down the right hand side on both sides, on the out hand side, and he was wearing a long sleeve graphic print shirt.
Not a sweatshirt, right?
Not a sweatshirt, not a hoodie. It's just it was a long sleeve black t-shirt. And I've looked. I have none of the shirts that were mentioned in his closet. Both the Star Wars one that I bought him, the Halloween one that glowed in the dark is gone, and so is his Minecraft one. So it could be any of those three.
Gotcha. So there were several things missing.
Good night,
Well,
Grandma.
they're not here. And when he would wear clothes here,
Thanks for being
I
here.
gotcha. I know the
you know how kids are.
Yeah,
oh, I
yeah,
like
yeah.
this. I'm going to wear this to school,
Yeah.
and then I might be lucky to get it back.
So just to clarify, because Guidance had another question. So he doesn't wear the chest plate anymore. It's a choice he chose to make, and you weren't paying attention to scratch marks on Chris's arm when he came back. Okay. And then just for Anissa's question is for me, and it said, what was I wanting to accomplish with tonight? And it was bringing this back to Sebastian, talking about Sebastian, learning more questions, getting some.
I mean, we did learn a little bit about Sebastian. I can give her that, but I mean,
answers on a lot of the questions I
there was a lot we didn't need to know that we heard.
Personally had that I thought maybe you might be able to bring light on, but that's really the purpose of this, was not to be accusatory or anything like that, or to be, come from a place of a narrative. It was just basically to find out truly some information and to let people see Seth for who he is, a grieving father that's really searching for his son, the only fucking parent searching for this boy, his son, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And so that was really the purpose of this.
Oh,
was
she
to
just
kind of bring it
dropped
back to
the
you and bring back to yours.
F-bomb.
I appreciate it. He's all that matters.
Yeah, he is. He is. And I just want to thank you again from the bottom of my heart for taking some time. I know personally,
Keep
you
an
did
eye
not
out,
have to be
Mama.
here, and you did not have to speak to me. I don't even want to know what kind of stories
Are
you
they
heard about
live
me,
on
but God bless
TikTok
you
right now,
for
Mom?
at least trusting me enough to, put this show on and try to bring it back to Sebastian. And one last thing, any proof of life video arriving at the home?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, gotcha. Well, again, I just want to thank you. You guys are more than welcome. You guys are relieved of duty, and thank you, and God bless.
Okay. So that was a lot. Hey, 6up. So that's a lot to take in. I mean, there was some things. If he's live, I will. I don't know if he's live. I don't even know. Okay, hold on, let me look for the GoFundMe. A new GoFundMe. Mom's checking, I think. You just put it in the Discord? I don't know if I can. Let's see. Oh, yep. I just seen your message here. Let me get you that link. What room did you put it in? Southern Gal? Hold on. I'm not showing anything new. You're welcome. I got you, baby. Just sent it to you. Hey, Jennifer. Crime. Okay. True crime shiz. Oh, the GoFundMe. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to type it in and see if I could find it and pull it up on my computer screen. Let me see. If I can't, I'll just send it to myself on here. How do you search for, how do you search? Oh, duh. How about the word that says search? Oh, here it is. William Selesky is organizing this fundraiser. It's a $20,000 goal. It's, I guess nobody's donated to it yet. How old is it? Hold on. Pasadena, Maryland. How old is this? Yeah, nobody's donated yet. Hello, my name is Will. I'm a fugitive recovery agent. I was contacted by Seth Rogers, did not spell Rogers right, to come to Henderson, and it's not Henderson, Tennessee, it's Hendersonville, Tennessee, to help locate Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. As many of you know, Sebastian has been missing since the early hours of the morning on Monday, February 26th. Since Monday morning, we are wanting to send agents down to help locate Sebastian Rogers. We will be out of work as we continues this heartbreaking journey to find Sebastian Rogers. With that said, I would like to reach out to see if we can pull together to help with a little financially. Unfortunately, the bills do not go away in situations like this. Any little bit would help. Would like to thank you in advance for your donations, to your prayers and continued search and fight to bring. I would not suggest this GoFundMe at all. Beware. Jesus Christ. Beware. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I am going to drop it in the chat so that y'all can go look at it yourselves if you decide to. There are more. Let me go back. Oopsies. Okay. So let's go back. I kicked myself. Searching for Sebastian Rogers. Paul Skib. I'm also helping and searching for Sebastian Rogers, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Okay. Their goal is $100. I do not suggest that either. Oh, this one's by Sebastian Rogers. I saw. Okay. Help Roy Propes. Hi, my name is Roy. I'm trying to help raise money for Seth Rogers, whose son is missing for more than a month now. Sebastian is 15 years old and autistic. Seth needs our help. Anything will help with this, with his volunteers. Flyers, as he is not working and has been trying to find his son. Let's please show our support and help Seth, and please keep your eyes open. He could be anywhere. Absolutely avoid this one as well. Go report them. Yeah. If you can, report them. How do you report them? Right here. Report fundraiser. Oh, I'll have to do this when I get off here. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm on the other screen. Okay. Well, I've got it pulled up. I'll do it when I get off of here. Okay, so that one is not okay. I think that's it. Here's another. I agree, Willow. Like, what the fuck is going on with y'all's English? Fucking illiterate fucks. Sorry. I shouldn't be so rude. I think that's it, y'all. Okay, the only one I didn't share to y'all was this one. So the other one, yeah, it's been gone. Here you go. Did y'all see earlier that Dolly could have swore he seen Sebastian and he did absolutely nothing? Did y'all see that earlier? Just wondering. What a shame. Yeah, girl. He did. He sure did. Do y'all want to see it or should we get off? I don't know. Do you scratch my shoulder? Easily. Down. Down. Thanks. I appreciate you. Ugh.
Okay.
Your cold hands feel so good.
Oh, no.
What's your one question, babe? Okay, we'll watch it. Let's see what Southern Gal says. Southern Gal's on it today. She just found that GoFundMe. Good job, Southern Gal. Just wait, Queen Bella. Stay awake, boo. Stay awake. So Tony blames Katie, but put out that abduction thing, right? Or am I wrong? No, you're right. That is some of the misinformation he was spreading on TikTok. I guess he's not live on TikTok. Let me go look real quick. TikTok and you don't stop. Hitting his name like Sebastian's Army or something like that. I got all
You want to eat?
did y'all see that? Is it this one? I don't know if that's it. So I guess they're not live. No, they're not. Oh, Lord. Yeah, he's the one that put out the misinformation saying that there was an original Amber Alert, and it was him being abducted and by a car, right? So no, they're not live right now. This motherfucker.
Cases like this.
Back in the house. I don't know how good you can hear me because this truck is kind of loud, but we have made it. We have made it on the search for little Sebastian Rogers. Listen, over 90 days. Okay, over 90 days. What are we on day 94? Get down here. Yesterday, you know, a lot of information coming. Our hunt today, I was droning out some location. You know, one of those. And of course, we got CrimeCon tomorrow. Now, all the drama stuff that's going on with, you know, Seth, I heard about him and T-Rev, him trying to get T-Rev to buy them. You know, one of those. That seems a little crazy to me. Well, why would he need that if yeah, PJ says it's strange. Good to see you. Prayers for Seth. Katie and Chris, can't mess with those people. Like, where's the baby, right? People are saying that Seth is more concerned about these women out here than he is about finding Sebastian. A lot of stuff coming out that Katie wrote too, about Seth beating on Sebastian.
Jeez.
So,
I gotta find where it starts, guys.
You know, he was getting whipped at home for a kid that's autistic, special needs. Now, I mean, he looked identical to him.
Oh, here we are. I was right there at it. See?
Right here. I don't know if y'all can see her. She's on her little kennel. She's out. She's ready to track. She's ready to get the bloodhound tracking going.
Thanks, Mom.
You know, so it looks like this kid may have just ran away from everybody. You know, he was getting whipped at home. It sounds like he was getting whipped when he was with Seth. So this kid's had a rough life, right? Especially for a kid that's autistic, special needs. It just seems crazy to me. Get him, Lolo.
That's not diagnosed with autism. That's kind of strange in itself.
What, that he had not recently long ago got diagnosed with autism?
Yeah, it's typically not done that way.
Okay, so look, guys, I was just at a truck stop, and I seen a kid that looked just like Sebastian Rogers. I mean, identical with autism.
He tried to learn with
Okay.
a cake pop.
Yeah, I got a cake pop. I tried to get him with a cake pop, and he didn't pay no attention to it, and he was with his grandmother, old white lady with blonde hair.
He tried to get him a cake pop. He tried to. It's not funny. It's not funny. He tried to.
With autism.
He tried to learn with a cake pop.
Yeah, I got a cake pop. I tried to get him with a cake pop, and he didn't pay no attention to it, and he was with his grandmother, old white lady with blonde hair. I had to creep up on him. I didn't want to take pictures, guys. Now, I mean, he looked identical to him with autism, right? I was like, holy shit. I walked out this gas station, and he was walking in right as I was walking out. I looked at this kid. I was like, you got to be shitting me, right? So I turned right back around, walked right back into the gas station, right? BJ was asleep. So I walk in there, you know, I eavesdrop on him, which is strange, just to make sure he ain't the kid, right? He looked identical.
That's what I said. That's what I said when I first heard it. Yeah, he can see it. Thank you, baby.
I mean, the glasses, the way he stood, the way he held his hand bent, everything, right? I was like, oh my God, make sure he ain't the kid, right? I mean, he looked identical. I mean, the glasses, the way he stood, the way he held his hand bent, everything, right? I was like, oh my God, this can't be. You know what I'm saying? I had one of these, are you shitting me right now moments, right? Like when I see him, he looked so much like my damn heart dropped. I mean, my whole damn heart dropped in my chest. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. So he was with an old lady, and he walked up onto the curb, and he stopped right in front of me. And then he turned around, and the old lady grabbed him and stepped up onto the curb. I was like, oh my. So once I got inside, I realized, I was like, I don't think this is him. I don't think this is him.
You don't think. But there's always that small possibility.
So I went back to the truck and told BJ, I was like, BJ, there's this kid in there that looks just, I mean, identical to him.
You helped me out.
I woke her up and said,
No, I don't think he was trying to buy the kid a cake pop. I think he was saying he was kind of like showing it off to see if it would get his attention. And it didn't grab the kid's attention, but he tested him with it. Mm-hmm.
you want to go into the store? So, but she was moving on slow. By then it was too late. But I don't think it was him for me overhearing him. But I really haven't heard Sebastian talk very much, right? Just a little tiny bit. And you know when I say doppelgangers, you remember the picture they took at unless it's the same kid, because he was with a blonde hair lady, right? Impossible?
I said it's possible.
But that was in North Carolina. We're in Tennessee.
I know.
You know, we're right outside Hendersonville right this second. And I've seen this kid right outside of Hendersonville. So
You don't say. You don't say. And we didn't get a tag number or anything just to call in and be like, yo, what's up? Just seen this kid that looks like a missing kid. Just wanted to give y'all the tag number so y'all can look into it. You didn't do nothing. You didn't do nothing. You out there searching for Sebastian and you didn't do nothing. That's a double negative. Didn't do nothing. Didn't do anything. Sorry. Right. Oh my God, Southern gal. Did nothing.
he was at the TNA.
When I would do is be like, Sebastian, is that you?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just like,
That would have been like the third or fourth time we're sitting through that episode.
yeah.
I didn't realize it looked like
Now, the one in Virginia didn't look nowhere near as close as that one did. That kid looked identical, okay? And it was at a truck stop, a TNA, and I don't know. Let me think of what milepost it was. But
Somebody said, be careful luring kiddos with cake pops, LOL. There are people asking them, did you call law enforcement?
it's the closest shit I've ever seen to him.
Should have called the
No, I
popo.
was over listening to him talk, and it didn't seem nothing out of place. It didn't really seem nothing out of place. And I don't, there's a lot of kids that look like him. That's what I'm trying to say.
Dolly, you should have asked.
Dolly should have asked.
we should reach that, see something, say something in your face.
Seth said just say his
Say,
name.
Really,
You should have said his name.
really sad.
It
Well, you
never
could have
hurts
said
to
his name. They're right.
ask.
I could have said.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting some flack in the comments.
Your face next.
Didn't say.
Can't really.
Huh?
Why can't you really sad?
Well, you could have said his name. They're right. I could have said his name, but I just over listened to him. Like eavesdropping. It didn't sound like nothing was wrong. Anything out of place. And he was with an older blonde woman.
And you know what?
And there was two more people in the car, but he only got out with the blonde lady, and they went into the gas. He was coming in as I was going out.
You know better.
Was he followed you?
Yeah.
Taller?
Hard to say if he was taller than me. He definitely had them glasses. He had the same goofy ass haircut.
The same goofy ass haircut. Skirt. Hold up. Hold up. Wasn't you just giving Chris hell for saying he was goofy? He had a goofy smile or something?
He was wearing a striped t-shirt and jeans, and he wasn't wearing Skechers.
What?
No, but
What? May. Has anyone? What? When did that happen? Listen, whether it did or not, if he was this confident that this kid looked like Sebastian, he should have just at least called in a license number. He said there were other people sitting in the car. Yeah, I haven't been listening as much either, Katie B. I absolutely will go look though. Not tonight. I mean, not on live. I'll go look myself. F is in fat. No, 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 no. You mean I don't even like to say it. So, and I don't want to type it either. A faggot, right? Is that what you're talking about? I'll just say it. May, is that the word you're talking about? No, no one's brought that up. Oh no. Done let that those loose lips. Oh, they sink ships sometimes, girl. Oh, Irish badass, you heard it too. Yep, you heard it too. No, I don't like to even hear it said. It is just so derogatory. It's as bad as the N word to me. It's like, no, just don't do that. Oh, wow. I mean, you never know though. That one girl was at like a farmer's market when she was found. Oh, wow. It was like that. Well, I'll go check it out. I'll go check it out, see what's up. Cuz everybody sees things differently. So I don't see an excuse for it. Period. But I'll go see the context of everything.
He definitely had his mannerism too. That's what got me. It wasn't that he just looked like him. He had his mannerism, and you could tell this kid had autism. And you could tell he was a little bit slow. But when they were talking, everything seemed normal. Not out of place. If he's been kidnapped, he's not being held hostage. I can tell you that. And that didn't. I don't think it was him, guys.
Can you tell us that? Can you tell us that? Look, somebody says stop saying slow. Like that's derogatory too now. You know, this is the woke generation.
I don't.
You better get with the program, Dolly.
Think it looked like him.
You folks be canceling folks for way less. I fucking hate cancel culture.
So
Excuse me. Hold up. Skirt. What? Look, y'all made me say that backwards. Skirt. Hold up. She was suggesting a call to TBI on Terry Lynn. The panel told her no. What? I mean, was something going on last night? Like, what was wrong? Oh, yeah, I will look at it. The one from last night, May said. It was the live from last night. Live with Athena. Y'all want to be gangsters fucking with the wrong one, bruh? This one? The second one? Oh, Clue got doxxed? Oh my goodness. By this guy? Yeah, the second box. Oh my goodness. But see, I wouldn't, yeah, I mean, it's inexcusable, but so is doxing her. So I would need to see the content, like the whole thing. Hey, Granny. Okay. I'll watch it too tonight when I get off this live. Because that's crazy. Yeah. T-Rev 757. It's his co-host sometimes. They're both fucking losers. T-Rev and this dude. This dude's in his mama's basement right now. I agree with that. I agree. Granny, we're reviewing Dolly, so this might not be the stream for you. I love you, and I don't want it to affect you like that. Okay, I'm pressing play, Granny.
Was a sperm donor for money. I would say it was milepost 15 is what I'm thinking. The TA at milepost 15.
Well, he's feeling the pressure from his chat right now. Look at him. He's struggling. I get it, Dolly. I get it. Yeah, chat was on his ass today.
But like I said, I went back in, I kind of eavesdropped on him. And I started listening to their conversations. I didn't think it was him. So that's when I walked back outside and went and woke up PJ. But like I said, I think that's the third time I've seen a kid that looked, but that kid looked the closest to him.
Then that is the one you should have called just to double check, bro. It doesn't hurt, right?
So strange.
Be something, say something. Just a quick little call.
Listen, I said in the beginning, I was like, he looks like a typical 15-year-old kid. All them 15-year-old kids
hey, country.
look similar. Yeah, I know what the grandma looks like. That wasn't the grandma.
Turn it in so cans can be checked. You should have called out his name.
Older though.
Did you get the license plate number?
What's up, Razel E. Cornbread? Y'all got the camper? Yeah, camper's on the back of the truck. They all look like that, Dolly. I know. And I feel strange as shit eavesdropping. And PJ, the first thing PJ said, did you take a picture? I said, no, I didn't want to. I was about to. And then I thought that'd be a little strange, a grown ass.
It would have, Dolly. I'm glad you chose not to do that. I back you on that.
Man taking a picture of a little boy.
Yeah.
So I was like,
good thinking. Good thinking, Dolly. Good thinking. He should have.
Hello, Dolly. Hey,
me too. That's what I was saying. If you really felt like that kid looks so much more like him than the other kids, like this is like spitting image, doppelganger. Yeah, I'm a call.
Yeah, I mean, I did take the time to stop, go back in, kind of creep around, listen for
And I can appreciate that. I can appreciate he took the time to stop and go back in and, eavesdrop and try to see what was up. But things aren't always as they appear, Dolly. He might have seemed fine and jovial and happy and all that, but you just never know, bro. You just really never know.
Few minutes, and
Y'all don't think he's seen anything? Y'all think he's lying? Y'all think he's fibbing? No.
I know.
No.
But
well, if that's the case, it backfired because his chat's tripping.
Here's the thing, and you can tell this kid had autism. That was what got me. Like, you could tell he just looked a little slow. And he had his hand bent just like the kid in that damn the North Carolina kid. I mean, where they at? Hold on, guys.
He's looking for her sunglasses.
TJ, tell Dolly. Hold on.
Yep.
Tell Dolly to put those caffeine up. It's getting into his brain. No, I'm serious, guys. This kid looked just like him. I mean, doppelganger. But I don't believe it was him. And if this say for some crazy reason it was him.
Lord.
He don't look hurt. Kid look hurt.
No, he was saying he didn't want to take a pic because it would look weird, a old dude taking a pic of this kid. And I understand that. I wouldn't, no, it wouldn't be a good idea for him to take a pic of that kid.
Yeah.
At this point, the trauma is so out of control.
I know.
It's hard to imagine just at this point finding this child and returning him back to any of these people. I'm sorry. That's my opinion.
Yeah, if he ran away or he is with somebody, I don't think that was the kid. But if it was, he was laughing, he was smiling, he looked healthy.
It is. It is. It is. That's what I'm saying. Like, is this a made up story? Because I mean, he's said a lot in this one little portion of this live that just makes him look like a total asshole. Why would he do that to himself with a made up story?
I think it wasn't him. He walked right to the cooler and he grabbed a Coca-Cola.
Now, when he said this, you know what went through my mind? But didn't you say there were other people in the vehicle and it was just him and the older lady that got out of the car and went in the gas station? What if he was getting that Coke for one of the people in the vehicle? That's what went through my mind.
Right? And they kept saying he drank apple juice.
He doesn't like
soda.
carbonated drinks.
He don't like carbonated drinks, right? So I was like, I still followed him up and got in line like I was going to buy something so I could hear them talk. But like I said, he walked right to the cooler and he held the old lady up on the curb. Now, I don't know how polite he would be, but this kid held the old lady up onto the curb and he walked in the store and the first thing he grabbed was a Coca-Cola. So I remember they saying that he liked apple juice in the bottle. And yeah, that's the first thing that clicked in my head. I was like, okay, he grabbed a soda and not an apple juice. No, this is in Tennessee. Yeah, this is not too far outside of Hendersonville. It was probably a couple hours outside of Henderson. Milepost 18. No, it was like 15. It's the TNA.
Oh shit, I was muted. Sorry. I said something. Damn. What was I saying? Let me read a comment and see if I can find. He's not. No. Oh, what I was saying, that's kind of what it was. What I was saying is, where did you hear about him not liking the carbonated drinks, right? Didn't you hear that on the panel you have raged out about 3 different times now? So you did take something away from the panel that Katie joined over on Queens. And it wasn't an interview, it was just a conversation. And she was just telling people things Sebastian liked and didn't like. And you tripped balls on that for 3 days. Nala, go. Standing on my cord, baby. Tripped balls on that for 3 days. But you took something away from that panel. You just said that you remembered in the gas station when you seen him go grab that Coke, you remembered Sebastian don't like carbonated drinks. See there?
Gas station. Milepost 15. What was it?
Greenville, something cheese or with the G.
Some Greenville, some little town. It was a TNA.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, that kid grabbed the soda.
I could see that a little
there,
bit. Yeah, I
was
could see.
laughing.
I could see that. I could see that a little.
The lady, but it did look identical. That damn Sebastian Rogers. And I mean, it was enough that it stopped me in my tracks. Okay, I mean, like pump the damn brakes.
Like skirt.
Right? So
Hold up.
It was a moment of like almost disbelief. Like, are you shitting me right now?
Look at my chest.
Here, a second. Hold on, I'm trying to hold my phone up.
I'm sorry. I just ate. Thank you. I'll be fine now. Thank you.
Yeah, and I ain't taking just random pictures of a strange kid, you know. So
kind of glad you didn't. Loosely look like Sebastian. Well, chat really did flip.
I don't think so, though. I really, truly don't think so. Just somebody that looked like him.
Totally, Roro.
So, I mean, how many people, let me ask you this. Let me ask you guys this. If they find him today, right? If they find him today,
that's what I was saying, Nicole. Like, I've got a video of this. I clipped this earlier, and I've got a video laid out. I just got to upload it. I was trying to upload it and do something with Canva, and it's just not working. So I got to upload it when I get off. But this is what it is. It's this clipped, and it's basically saying, when you're out searching for a missing child and you think you stumble upon the missing child, what do? Absolutely nothing.
To his parents or self. If you think they should get that kid back, press 1. I'm thinking 0.
I don't know, Willow.
None of these people should have this.
That was the end of it. I don't know, Willow, because now hear me out. Because PJ is the one that brought up the cake pop. Like, he didn't think to say that. PJ was like, you lured him with a cake pop. And he was like, yeah, I got a cake pop. And it didn't grab his attention or whatever it was, he said. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He said if it was him, he seems to be doing good. Well, it don't matter if he seems to be doing good or if you think he deserves to be with either of the parents or not. It doesn't matter. He's still a missing child. It doesn't matter what you think, you know? Well, tonight's been a good time. A good kind of bad time, but a good time. I'm glad I had you guys to go through this with. That interview, I'm glad we were all here together. Yeah, she did. She sure did. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, like, I just feel like it probably wasn't Sebastian. Dolly probably is exaggerating, but still, it's not good to come online and exaggerate that you just totally ignored the possibility of calling cops to let them know you think you might have seen. He did kind of, and it was right outside Hendersonville. Don't forget. It was quite interesting. All right, well, that is our show. Tomorrow, I'm going to be going over part 2 of Noah Pressgrove. It will not be as long tomorrow. And I'll be going live at 2 Eastern Standard Time. I appreciate y'all. I really do. I love y'all. Oh, Granny, no. I'm so sorry. You need to email me. Check my my page about section. My email's in there. I do too. I need to listen to a few videos, a few lives tonight. Be good, Granny. Tell Papa good night. I love them. They're so precious. Granny Master's a hard ass. I love her. All right. Anyways, thank y'all for being here. I appreciate it. I love you. Thank you for the support. Make sure you hit the like, and I will catch y'all on the flip side. Bye. No, I wasn't muted. I wasn't on the stage. Sorry, y'all. Sorry again. AMAC, this is our one and only AMAC. She's singing How Do You Sleep by Sam Smith. Take us out, AMAC. She's got a beautiful voice.
We all want to be happy. We cry when we're hurt. We're angry when we've been mistreated. And to be liked, accepted, and respected, not to mention loved, is the greatest gift of all. Yes, we're all alike. On that note, take care of yourself and each other. We are swimmers.